I'll move over.
Well, you gotta.
mayor.
Becca was asking, I was like, I thought we did this, but if we didn't, then fine.
I see that little bunker.
Okay.
I got a little bunker.
Only
That's what made me think of.
Oh, we're on the air already.
A minute to go.
We'll be used
I'm actually.
Safe considering the fact I've had COVID and the vaccines. So I'm going to call the meeting of the License and Health Committee to order. We don't need to call roll call because we're all present, members. So I'd like to have the approval of the last month minutes.
Motion approved.
second.
All in favor of the motions?
Aye.
The motion has been approved. Then we move forward to August 30th, 2021, draft and license health committee minutes. So then we go to new and previous matters. 2021, 10/15, 2021, 2023, new operator license bartender class D operator license application for Crystal Aslan. So I believe, I think it's in place. I don't think there's any records.
She does have a record. I believe she applied previously and was denied. Do you know a timeline on that by chance?
I can look that up.
She does have, this is a new license then. She is valid currently in her driver's license. She's a 2008 OWI, 2019 operating while suspended, 2019 operating while suspended, then some traffic matters, and
March 2nd.
March 2nd she was denied, okay. And then a 2020 ORS. What is an ORS?
Suspended?
Operating.
And that's
Really suspended?
Operating really suspended, that's a
I
good
would
one.
say OWR or OWS. I think that may be a typo. Yeah, it's, I think, another operating while suspended at that point. She did also have a local October of 2020, I'm sorry, December of 2020, operating without a bartender license.
What's the consensus of the committee members?
Chairman Vitale, if I may.
Yes.
Attorney Serwin, you did state that she has a valid driver's license. So what was her last charge was?
Her last driving-related citation was in April of 2020.
Okay, and she's had 2 OWIs?
One OWI.
One OWI. So I guess my opinion would be if she's a valid, if she has a valid license, she's probably had to show reasonable rehabilitation. But in instances like this, would she typically be present for this?
She could be called in. I think frequently, yes, we do call people in right off the bat. If you would deny her, she would have to have a chance to come in and prove competent evidence of rehabilitation.
Okay. And I would just say, based on our previous history with having a valid driver's license, she would have to go through that criteria. So my opinion would be to prove at this point that she would have shown rehabilitation. We could still call her in, but it would be a matter of her just saying, yes, I
So are you making a
Went through the
motion to
motions.
approve?
You second the
Well-
motion to approve?
Alderman Vitale was asking what the consensus was, and I just gave my opinion.
Yeah.
So,
I would agree.
Mr. Chair, oh,
Go ahead.
So we have the motion?
Alderman,
Yeah, Alderman.
I didn't make a motion. Alderman Rowe.
No.
there's no motion, correct?
Correct.
No.
Okay, wasn't she operating without a license bartending?
Yes,
Well, I think right
in
there,
December of 2020.
I think right there, bring her in. And
Yeah,
then,
look at all that.
and then why so many operating after suspended? Like I've always said, the police don't know your license is suspended until you get pulled over. So she's obviously doing something wrong, driving-wise. And I know we can't have driving as big of an issue versus drunk driving, but yes, I'd like to see her come in, if we can, Alderman Vitale.
Okay, we hold it and we have called in.
Mr. Chair,
for addition-
I
Yes,
also
Alderman.
agree.
Yes.
that we would like to see, I would like to see the young lady and hear her
I
story.
was gonna say,
Just, and just as a person that's familiar, having done the criminal defense stuff with OWI, yes and no. Like, it might mean that she did what she's supposed to do, but not necessarily.
Okay.
Because there's kind of a step-by-step process of, you have to get your assessment done, and then you can prove to the DMV that you've done the assessment, and they'll give you a license. And then you have to still do your classes. If you don't do your classes, you lose your license. If you do your classes, then you would maintain your license. So she might be in that gray area too, where she hasn't done any counseling yet.
I can tell the committee as well, I'm sorry to speak out of turn, but the clerk's office did just notify me that she and the other individuals were notified of tonight's meeting and to attend, and she did not appear tonight. She did not appear in March either.
Okay, well then, I would make a motion. to
Second
deny.
non-appearance.
I'd second that motion.
So we have a motion to deny it and a second. All in favor of denial of the application?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Then we move on, item 3, 2021-23, new operator license bartender class D operator application for Daniel Nelson. So he's not here either.
He's not here either. He does have convictions that the committee could consider to be substantially related. He is currently valid as a new operator's license. He's got OWIs in 2009 and 2013 and 2018. So 3 OWIs. Oh boy. I'm just trying to read through where we're at here. I believe just 3 OWIs.
Okay, I would make a motion to deny based on criminal activity, habitual criminality,
Yes.
Substantially related to the
substantially
license.
related to the
Second.
licensing.
I'll second it.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. Then we move on with Sampson and complaints, which is item 4. In the matter of complaints against Eve Bomback and L. Ball Partners, DBA, the spot on 6424 West Greenfield Avenue, Agent Edwards Bomback. So I believe we have the counsel here, we got the licensee holders, so
Mr. Chair, if I could, I know I saw the officers walk in once we started. I want to go double check and make sure I have
Sure.
everybody here. Is it okay if we just take a few minute
sure,
recess?
that'd
Thank you.
be great.
Be right back.
And then I do have a hearing guide
want. They don't have to. Why don't you just grab a seat in the back there?
That the defense attorney would be asked questions direct to the officers? I don't think so, right? I mean,
No.
Eventually, I'll let Rebecca run through the procedures or wherever you are in the process, and then we can go from there.
Okay, good.
All right, I'm Assistant City Attorney Rebecca Hammock. This matter is being heard or held before the License and Health Committee of the Common Council of the City of West Dallas. This license hearing is being held pursuant to Section 125.12 of the Wisconsin statutes in the matter of the complaint against Mr. Bomback and Mr. Bald doing business as The Spot. Let it be noted for the record that all of the committee members are present. If you guys could state your names for the record.
Alderman Vitale?
Alderwoman Suzak Grisham.
Alderman Reinke.
Alderman Tracy Stefanski.
Alderman Road.
One assistant city attorney is prosecuting this matter, and myself, as another assistant city attorney, is acting as an advisor to the committee. For the record, we will now have everyone else state their appearances.
I'm Nick Serwin. I'm acting as the prosecutor for this offense.
I'm Attorney Patrick Ross, representing The Spot and also Mr. Bombeck and Mr. Bald.
The nature of this hearing is for the committee to make a decision as it relates to the complaint against The Spot, which has been filed with this committee. Under the provisions of Section 125.12 of the Wisconsin statutes and Section 9.02 sub 20 of the West Dallas Revised Municipal Code, this hearing has been convened for the purpose of determining whether any of the charges against The Spot are true and to make a recommendation based upon that determination. This committee will examine all the evidence concerning the charges through inquiry to both sides. The committee will evaluate and then impartially weigh the evidence. It will determine whether or not any of the charges have been proven, relying solely upon the evidence introduced at this hearing. This hearing is open to the public. A verbatim record of the proceedings is being made by audio recording. You are represented by counsel. Assistant City Attorney is here as a prosecutor and will present the case against you to the committee. I am present as an legal advisor to the committee. I'm here to advise the committee on any questions of law and procedure that they may have, and I may also direct questions to witnesses on behalf of the committee. You, through your attorney, may present evidence, call and examine witnesses, cross-examine witnesses against you, and such witnesses will be sworn in. Both the complainant and licensee shall be limited to 1 hour each for presentation of testimony, not including cross-examination or questions from the committee or city attorney representing the committee. The chair may extend that time for presentation of testimony to assure a full and fair hearing. Subject to a motion for consideration by the full committee, made by a member of the committee, the chair has the final ability to rule upon all questions, objections, and motions as to procedural matters, admissibility of evidence, and similar procedural issues. All objections, questions, and motions should be directed to the chair, Mr. Vitale. You may testify on your behalf with regard to the charges against you. However, what you say will be considered as evidence. Further, if you do testify, you may be cross-examined. I'm sure your attorney's already reviewed all of this with you. If a charge or charges against you are proven, you are advised that the committee may recommend to the Common Council that your license be suspended, revoked, or not renewed, and that the Common Council may accept or reject such recommendation and may determine upon such recommendation whether your license should be suspended, revoked, or not renewed. The complaint, I believe you have received a copy of this, counsel.
We have.
And just for the record, there's actually an amended complaint that I've passed out, and I believe I left it at the table, and so we'll be proceeding on that amended complaint. After you're done reading here, I'd ask for at least that very last section, which is going to be section 12 is the new section, if there's an admission or denial to that paragraph specifically.
Okay. So you have a copy of the amended complaint as well, counsel?
Yes.
And you did receive a summons, or your client did?
We were properly served.
Okay. I now request that the clerk append as exhibits to the record a copy of the summons and complaint, together with a copy of the affidavit of service. And then I believe, Attorney Serwin, you're asking just for 12, and you're assuming we're gonna litigate the rest? Is that what you're saying?
My intent would be to litigate all of it. The only addition is a incident that happened on August 28th. I believe the last time we were here was around August 30th, so this was an incident that hadn't been alleged yet. It has now been alleged.
Okay. And so previously, was a denial entered on the rest of the
Matter was
matters?
entered, and to be consistent, we'll also enter denial at this point regarding the number 12 on the amended complaint.
Understood. At this time, Attorney Serwin, the prosecuting attorney, will present his evidence as to charges before the committee.
Thank you. And just, I guess, procedurally then, I will go through the complaint in terms of the numbered allegations. They should be specifically numbered in terms of an allegation per numbered event, so they're not going to be split up. But I am going to go to some extent out of order because I have one officer that will testify to a few incidents, so I'm going to have the other officers testify first and potentially get out of here and back to their normal duties. Okay?
Good.
So very first, I will call Officer Scott McClasney. If you just want to grab a seat there. You swear in, do you have that down?
Yes, I do. Officer, if you would raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sir, can you state and spell your name for the record?
First name Scott, S-C-O-T-T. Last name Poklasny, P-O-K-L-A-S-N-Y.
How are you employed?
City of West Dallas as a patrol officer on second shift.
All right, and how long have you been a patrol officer for the City of West Dallas?
About 6 years.
Any other law enforcement experience?
Around 9 months at the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department before this.
Gotcha. All right, were you working as an officer back on January 12th, 2021?
Yes.
All right. Around 27 hours, what time would that be in civilian time?
Around 9:27 p.m.
All right, and around 9:27 p.m. were you dispatched out to a call?
Yes, I was.
And what was that call in regards to?
Dispatched out to the spotlight for a disorderly conduct call, multiple subjects fighting at the bar.
All right. And just for the committee's reference, we're talking about number 6 on the amended complaint. All right, so on January 12th, 2021, around 9:30, you went out to the spotlight, you said, correct?
Yes.
Where's that at?
6426 maybe?
Sure.
Greenfield Avenue.
All right. And what was going on when you got there?
When I first arrived on scene, there's a couple other officers that had beat me there. I was coming from farther away, but there was one turned out to be an employee. One of the exotic dancers was on the ground trying to be taken into custody by multiple officers outside, screaming and throwing a fit, essentially.
Was she resisting arrest at that time?
She was, yeah.
Okay. How many people were creating the disturbance inside of the establishment?
It was 2 employees that were the primary issue.
Okay. Were they the dancers?
Exotic dancers, yes.
Okay. Based on your investigation and the investigation of the other officers, what had occurred?
Sounds like the 2 dancers that were having the issue had finished their shift. They worked earlier that night. I don't remember exactly what time they got done, but they were hanging out essentially at the bar after the shift. Sounds like they were talking to other customers, which, from what I was told, is generally not allowed because then they can kind of solicit tips from customers even though they're not working. So the bartender that was working at the time had asked, both of them to leave, and they refused.
All right. And when they refused, what occurred?
So they got pretty loud. One was the primary issue at first. She was arguing with one of the owners, had been asked to leave again, obviously refused, and then was asked to leave by the bartender again, and then she had reached over the bar and grabbed the bartender by the hair.
All right. And was that bartender Audrey Bomback?
Yes.
Okay. And so Audrey Bomback is tending bar at that time and is telling at least one of the dancers to leave because it was after her shift.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And that's when the other dancer reaches over, grabs her by the hair.
Yes.
All right, what happens next?
The security officer, I'm not sure what you call him, that was working there, tried to get in between it and break up the fight. He ended up pulling her, the dancer that was pulling Audrey's hair, pulling her away and kind of was dragging her essentially down the bar, trying to get her out of the business. Bartender was kind of like, I don't know if she was pulled into the bar somehow, ended up with a kind of like an abrasion on her arms from getting pulled into the bar, I'm assuming. Dragged her outside at some point. I don't think we ever determined who, but one of the dancers had struck Ed in the head as he was trying to also calm the situation down.
And Ed being Edward Bomback?
Yes.
All right, so Edward Bomback is also struck in the head as this fight is going on.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Any damage to the property?
Yeah, during it, it's kind of both dancers, from what it appeared, had knocked over chairs. One of them picked up a pool cue, kind of swung it around, hit the like that rectangular light that's up above the pool table, broke at least some of the glass, the trim on that. And then one of them managed to knock over like the dart machine into a wall, which appeared to be pretty heavy, so
Okay.
they had to go after that.
And, excuse me while I'm just catching up with myself here. And did you have contact with these individuals?
Yes.
All right. Just 1 second. Did you or any other officers make any observations about if they had ingested any alcohol or consumed any substances?
That I can't say for sure.
Okay. Did you have any information about how long they had been there or how long they had worked at that location?
And it's just a full shift. I don't think I ever asked to clarify how many hours it was.
Very good. And were any citations issued, if you know?
Yeah, I believe it was at least a battery citation, disorderly conduct. One of the dancers had around 6 or 7 grams of weed, marijuana, on her. So there was that. I think disorderly conduct at least for both, and then one got the battery, and another one with the marijuana possession.
All right. And do you know when that marijuana possession was discovered?
I believe that was I didn't make that. It was people that were doing with the one that was outside. So that was once she was taken into custody.
Okay. Once you were taken into custody, they found that amount of marijuana. Do you
Correct.
remember how much marijuana it was?
It was around 6 or 7 grams.
6 or 7 grams. All right. Have you investigated drug offenses previously?
Yes.
All right. What kind of experience do you have with drug offenses?
I guess we run into it obviously quite a bit on patrol. So.
Okay. I don't want to get into too far-fledged with this question, but I want to make sure it's clear to the committee because I don't know how their knowledge of marijuana or the quantity of marijuana was it packaged like single use or single use quantity or
That I'm not sure. I didn't recover it off the person.
Very
I
good.
couldn't say.
okay. I have no further questions for this officer.
None from myself.
Yeah.
You
The
have a-
defense has, or the council has any questions?
I just have it through, and I think I'll do a follow-up to yours. 6 or 7 grams is about how much?
Maybe like a small little, about around that much.
Okay. So if you compared it to a pack of cigarettes, how many cigarettes? You're familiar with cigarettes?
Sure. Yeah.
How many cigarettes would it be?
I guess they're a different shape and size, but
Okay.
definitely, I mean, you could fit it inside the pack and there'd still be more room left, but.
Okay.
And just for the record, I think we are video recorded too, but the officer held up, I mean, your hands were in a
Sure, yeah, I
golf
mean, a
ball
couple
size?
quarter, yeah, I mean, a golf ball size, I think it's gonna be a good
Smaller
comparison.
smaller than a golf ball or bigger than a golf ball?
I didn't see that specific, sometimes it's flattened out depending on how it was, but I guess that'd be a good estimate.
Okay, very good.
Did Ed cooperate with you?
He did,
Did Audrey cooperate with you?
yes.
Did they provide you video?
Yes, I don't believe I reviewed it, there would've been another officer.
Do you know who called the police on that incident?
I do not, it came from the business.
Okay. No further questions for this officer?
Just very briefly follow up. So when it came from the business, do you mean it came from a patron or it came from the actual like establishment or employees of the business?
I believe it was the employees.
Very good. Nothing further. I don't know if the committee has any follow-up or if Rebecca has any follow-up.
Rebecca, any committee members has any questions at this time? Any questions?
I do not, Vince. Alderman.
Very good. And then I would ask if we're all done with Officer Prokazny, we can let him go. I don't know if you drove with anybody,
Yes.
but,
No, I did not. I'm on patrol. so.
all right. Any
Do you have any
objection?
more officers?
No, just-
I do have more officers,
Just
yes.
this particular officer, he's gonna cut loose if nobody has any objection to that.
Sure.
No objection.
All right.
Thank you,
All right,
officer.
thank you.
Thank you.
City calls Officer Dufek.
Hi.
How you doing? Good. She'll swear you in, and then I'll start asking some questions.
If you want to raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Jeffrey Dufek, Jeffreydufek.
And how are you employed?
A police officer for the city of West Dallas.
All right, how long have you been a police officer for the city of West Dallas?
Just over 6 years.
Very good. Were you working as an officer back on March 14th, 2021?
I was.
All right, and what was your normal shift?
11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
All right. Were you dispatched out to a certain location around 11, was there 23:19 hours, is about 11:19, right?
Yes.
All right, 11:19. Where were you dispatched out to?
Yes, we were dispatched out to the Spotlight.
In the city of West Dallas?
Yes.
State of Wisconsin?
Yes.
All right, why were you dispatched out there?
For a report of a disorderly subject that was pounding on one of the doors to the business, allegedly threatening the staff and patrons with a firearm.
Okay, and just for the record, we're talking about number 7 on the amended complaint. All right, so, did you go to the location?
I did.
Did you make any observations when you went there?
When I arrived on scene, another officer had already detained the subject.
He was still on scene?
Yes, he was.
All right,
I went inside and spoke with the bartender.
all right. And when that other officer arrived on scene, do you know what the guy was alleged to be disorderly, what he was doing?
He was yelling very loudly, pounding on the west employee entrance door.
Basically, as you guys were,
Yeah.
the same thing you were called for?
Yes.
All right. All right, so you go inside and try to figure out what's going on. Who do you talk to?
I spoke with the bartender, Audrey Bombach.
All right. And what did Audrey tell you?
So basically, she said the gentleman in question arrived at the bar probably approximately an hour prior to the call for service. He walked in, she served him a few drinks. While serving him, he began getting extremely belligerent and loud. So she took his drink away from him. He started to speak with some of the other patrons at the bar. She thought a fight may occur inside the bar, so she had the doorman or bouncer escort the gentleman outside and lock him out of the business.
Okay. And that's when he began to pound on the doors?
Yes.
And, all right. I believe you had testified or had said there was some allegations of threatening some violence. Did you find any weapons or anything on him?
No firearms or anything like that. The bartender didn't know anything about there allegedly being a firearm or observing a firearm.
Okay. And when officers made contact with this guy who was there, did you make any observations, or did the officers make any observations about his impairment or intoxication level?
Yeah, Officer Lukey spoke to them a little bit while on scene. She observed him to have heavily, like red and glassy eyes, heavily slurred speech, and the strong odor of ingested intoxicants emanating from his breath.
When you make those observations, well, first off, do you have any experience investigating alcohol-related offenses or OWIs?
I do.
Okay. When you make what kind of experience do you have?
Well, I have gone through OWI SFST instructor school. I'm a drug recognition expert. I've gone through the advanced roadside impaired driving course. I've gone through the in-house training for OWI investigations through the department. That's a few.
All right. Plenty. All right, so when you make observations like that, glassy eyes, slurred speech, and you had indicated an odor of intoxicants, correct? Was there a modifier on that, if you recall, meaning light, medium, strong?
I believe it was strong.
Okay. What, if anything, would that kind of observations mean to you?
It's indicative of someone who is highly intoxicated.
Very good. And this individual, Ms. Bombeck, had said that he was drinking at the bar until she cut him off, basically.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Do you know if any citations were issued?
We issued the subject a disorderly conduct citation.
Very good. And nothing to the bar, correct?
No.
Okay, very good. Let me just make sure I got everything. I have no further questions for this witness.
Counselor, do you have any questions?
Just a few follow-up. The bloodshot eyes, glassy eyes, and the strong odor of intoxicants, those are kind of the standard levels for what's called a DUI check, correct?
Well,
They're going to be indication of somebody drunk driving.
yeah, in addition to like standardized field sobriety tests.
Okay, but they're one of your first signs that somebody's impaired to drive.
Right.
But the limit for driving is .08.
Correct.
So the difference would be that if the person isn't driving, are they necessarily, I guess, in your training and experience, if they're not driving, are they going to be intoxicated to a level of not understanding?
Upon further speaking with this subject after arrest, he said that somebody had stolen his keys in the bar, and we spoke at the bar and we couldn't find his keys. He didn't know his address that he was going to or anything like that. Like he was very, I guess, for lack of a better word, scatterbrained. Like he couldn't produce a good sentence to where we could understand like where we needed to take him or what he was doing. So.
Okay, so did the person have any mental health issues that you observed?
Not that I'm aware of.
You've been on duty for 6 years now, correct? I'm going to kind of go a little bit broader, but just to kind of get your input of what's kind of going on as a, and I meant to ask the other officer this, but forgot. Since the pandemic has started, have people been a little bit different or more aggressive?
I don't know if I could say that they've been more aggressive. I don't think that our calls for service have gone up as far as like disorderly subjects. I feel that it's our regular calls for service come in, and again, I don't think that people have been more disorderly than usual.
Okay. Have you noticed more attitude or anything in people you're dealing with?
Well, I work third shift, so there's always attitude in people I deal with, so not necessarily.
Okay, yeah, you're in that shift that no matter what, you're always
Yeah.
going to be confrontational, understand? Okay. But you did say she had told him that he could not drink anymore and that he needed to leave.
Yeah, I believe she like took his drink away, and initially he like didn't even notice that his drink was taken away. So, and then she had the doorman come and escort him outside.
Okay. No further questions on this incident or this officer?
I have nothing further with this officer either. The follow-up.
Chairman Vitale?
Yes. Alderperson Fisher.
Officer, I have a question. You listed quite a bit of experience with alcohol, assessing alcoholic situations. If I heard correctly, there were 3 drinks served to this gentleman before he was asked to leave?
I don't think when I interviewed the bartender, she didn't say a specific number of drinks. She just said a couple.
Okay, so at most 2 is a couple. Okay, so in your experience, could somebody get to that level of intoxication off of 2 drinks?
Well, it kind of depends on if they have like any other medications that they're taking or anything like that, but a normal healthy person, typically not.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I don't know how I would direct this to Nick, but was this gentleman intoxicated when he came in? And I know you wouldn't know, but...
I wouldn't know.
No, I'm asking...
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Audrey, who was the bartender, we're going to put her on as a witness, so if you'd like to hold your question
I will
about that
hold.
incident?
Yes, I will do that. Thank you.
Any other follow-up?
You know, myself, really, in all fairness, we're talking about, even if someone really takes some medical pills for any reason of their conditions. Even 2 drinks, 2 drinks, I believe, doesn't make a person very aggressive. I mean, in my, I have no experience on that, but the way I see it, I don't think a man or a woman with 2 drinks would cause a chaos. So, okay, go ahead. Anything else?
I just want to follow up. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
could, please. The customer basically claimed to have a firearm. Did he show at any time this firearm?
Nobody on scene observed a firearm with the subject, and additionally, we did not locate one on him,
I see. So he was just threatening,
allegedly.
sounds like. Thank you.
Any other follow-up from the committee? Just one, then, Mr.
Go
Chair,
ahead.
if I could, one point of clarification based on those questions. So I believe you testified to this, but how long about did Audrey say that this guy was there?
She said approximately an hour.
Okay. Go ahead, brother.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Again, these symptoms that you indicated the customer having, could they be drug-related as well?
Without performing any further tests on him, everything's possible, but typically the observations that I observed are indicative of alcohol intoxication.
Any further questions from the committee members? Thank you, Officer.
Thank you.
And
Thank
if-
you.
If I could release him as
Yeah.
well, is that okay?
Sure.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then we're going to skip some incidents. So we did 6 and 7. And I'm going to hold off on Officer K, who will be testifying about the March 17th and the March 24th,
May.
May 24th, and the May 7th. And I'm going to skip to Officer Wagner, who's going to be the July 22nd, which is going to be incident 11.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, can you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Anthony Wagner, and that's Wagner.
How are you employed?
Police officer with the city of West Dallas.
And how long have you been employed as a police officer for the city of West Dallas?
Approximately 7.5 years.
All right, were you working as an officer back on July 22nd, 2021?
I was.
All right, and what was your normal shift?
I work second shift, which is 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
All right, and on that date, do you have an occasion to investigate an incident at the Spotlight?
I did.
All right, what happened?
We got sent there for a report of a fight outside of the bar, or inside of the bar, or
All
at
right.
the bar.
Do you remember when that fight allegedly had taken place?
Right around 9, a little after 9 p.m., I believe.
Around 9 o'clock-ish, okay. All right, who was involved in that fight, if you know?
It turned out 2 employees, dancers that worked there. One employee who I guess is a bartender, I believe, and then ended up being one of the owners was a victim in the incident.
So, do you remember all the individuals that were, so we got 2 dancers, a
Yeah.
bartender, and then the owner, you said?
Correct. I believe the other individual is a bartender. Otherwise, she's may just be a frequent person at the bar. I'm not exactly sure of what her title is. But the 2 dancers were Savannah Williams and Zoe Henley.
Okay, and if you can give me kind of a general overview of what had occurred or what the investigation revealed. I'll ask about the video in a moment, so just generally what happened or why were officers there?
So investigation revealed that there was a fight between the 2 females that I listed, Zoe Henley and then Savannah Williams, who were dancers. They became upset at the staff, the bartender staff that was working, because they were under the impression they could work an additional shift after theirs ended. They were told that they couldn't work another shift and became upset and started a physical altercation over this.
Okay, and when you arrived on scene or when officers arrived on scene, did you identify or find those individuals?
Yeah, Savannah and Zoe were walking on 65th Street, heading towards a car that was parked on the side of the road, and another officer stopped out with them to investigate this incident.
And when officers made contact with these two individuals, did they make any observations about their person or if they had consumed anything?
I believe the officers that I dealt with them very briefly. The one female, Zoe, I assisted Officer Baumgart in detaining her. She appeared highly intoxicated, and I believe she either requested or we got an ambulance there for her based on her condition. And I assisted in securing her to the ambulance gurney because she was uncooperative.
All right. Were both female dancer individuals cooperative or uncooperative with the officers?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, like I said, I had to assist one officer in securing the one female to the gurney. I believe other officers had to multiple times tell the other officer to step away because she kept trying to come over by us.
The other individual?
Yeah, the other female was, but other officers reported they both appeared intoxicated.
Would you have categorized their behavior as resisting police interactions, or was that not, did it not rise to that level?
I don't know if I'd say it rose to resisting. It was just more, they seemed intoxicated and uncooperative, at least from my experience with them. I was very briefly dealing with them specifically.
And did you review surveillance video from the incident?
I did.
Okay. Did you recover a copy of that surveillance video?
I did.
All right. So what I would intend to do at this point is play a portion of that video for the committee to see. I had set it up so it's going to play on that screen. I had thought about playing on a computer for the committee to watch here, so it wasn't displayed so overtly for YouTube. But in discussions with the city attorney as well, I think it's best that we just play it here. And I guess if I could, I was intending to talk with the communications department prior to this point to make sure that we're all on the same page about how this would be displayed. And so actually, if I could run down there again, I knocked on their door and rang the doorbell, but they never
You want an
answered.
extension to call them?
Well, maybe that would work better. Thanks.
Here, thank you.
The knocking.
I'm sorry. I'm like a bull in a china shop.
Of course they want to.
Usually they're watching, so I could just make an announcement. Maybe that would work. I don't know if that's best practice. Do you mind if I run down there just to try to get a
Sure,
hold
go
of them?
ahead.
I just don't want the video to take up the
Sure.
entire YouTube screen.
Yeah.
So, all right, give me 1 minute.
Here he comes.
They must have forwarded the phones.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it out real wide so nothing's detailed.
Lovely, thank
So
you.
we're all good.
Appreciate it, thank you. All right.
I think
So the
give him a
message
minute
got
to
there.
get down there then.
What?
Give him a minute to get back down there.
It'll
then.
take me a minute to get it all set back
I
up.
was looking forward to seeing you run down.
Pretty quick.
I think it was good for exercise.
Didn't get out of the office today, so that'd been nice. Goodness. I thought I had this set up. And so just to set a record here, I am only showing a portion of one of the videos, not all of the videos at the same time. Oops, that's exactly what I didn't want to do. With the intent of specifically tailoring it to the fight.
I'm gonna have to step back. So
Sorry, yeah.
That's okay.
The glare.
We can hit the lights a second if you want to. All right. Oh, of course. Let's leave it as is so I don't break anything. So just for the record, the top time stamp is 21:10:52. And I'll play it here until about 14 minutes, almost 15 minutes is the timestamp I have. I'm not intending to ask any questions or go into any detail until after we're done, and so I'll ask Officer Wagner about what his investigation revealed after that point.
Do we have some lights that we can put to make it a little easier to see?
Yeah, the glare is horrible.
There you go. Oh, not all.
I wouldn't do all of
There
them
we
because we're on YouTube.
I think we're.
That's
good.
perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
And there should not be sound as far as I'm aware.
Boyfriend, the bartender.
Applies there, 21:14:55 on the top timestamp. Again, this is only video 2 or camera 2. All right, I'll just ask questions. I'm not intending to play any more videos, so we can hit the lights. Officer K, can you hit the lights back on? All right, Officer Wagner, did you have a chance to watch that video and other videos from the bar?
I did.
All right, and I guess where did the fight start? Was this the beginning of the fight?
The initial part of it is on a different angle from this. The two females in the video, the two black females, one's wearing an orange dancer's outfit, I guess, for a better, lack of a better term, and the other one is wearing the black dancer's outfit.
Okay.
That's the blonde in the black is Savannah Williams. The one in the orange is Zoe Henley.
Okay.
They were initially on one side of the bar, and again, turns out there was an argument over whether or not they would be allowed to work an additional shift once theirs ended. They became upset about this. They came around from the east side of the bar to the west side of the bar. That camera angle kind of faces almost southeast within the bar, towards the front door and the stage. And they went after the other female that I'm not exactly sure what her status with the bar is, but her name is Simone Nye, I believe I'm pronouncing that correct.
Okay.
She was the shorter female with the pink shirt and shorts in the video that we saw. And those three started the physical fight with each other on the west side of the bar. And then from there, it kind of spilled out onto where everyone entered the video from the bottom of the frame.
So the fight starts a few minutes or a little bit before this, maybe not minutes.
Maybe a minute.
Maybe a minute, less than a minute. Okay, very good. Thank you for clarification. All right, and we see a guy, when this video starts, we see a guy actually take off. Was he a patron?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and then like halfway through the video, we see people stepping over chairs and leaving. Were they patrons?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I didn't speak with any of those people.
Sure, they were gone. And then we have two gentlemen, older gentlemen, wearing, one was like in a blue shirt, one was in a plaid shirt. Who are they?
The two older gentlemen on camera, one is Ed Bombach, the owner, and Lonnie Bald, the other owner.
Okay. And then eventually we see a guy with like a white shirt come in and start wrestling and shoving one of the gals out. Do we know who that is?
I believe he was identified. I did not speak to him. I don't recall offhand what his name was.
Okay.
But I believe one of the other officers spoke to him at the time.
Do we know what relation he was?
I do not.
Okay.
No.
And you don't know if he's employee, friend?
I do not know
patron?
that, no.
All right, fair enough. All right. As fight's going on, you watch this video and you identify some things that are important, at least to your investigation. I would like you, we've seen the video. What did you key in the video?
Two of the big parts of the fight are that the female, Samal Nye, appears to be hitting the other female, Savannah Williams, with a black high-heeled shoe. This happens, I think, twice at two different points during the fight.
Kind of early on, and then towards the end there when she's
or in the middle. Yeah, and then at the very end she has the shoe again, but specifically hitting Savannah, who's wearing the black outfit. I believe it's 2 times during the incident. When speaking with Savannah, she indicated that she was being hit with something. I don't recall if she specified a shoe or not, but she ended up having a cut to her face that required stitches that appeared to be from the high heel of the shoe.
Okay. You said there was 2 parts. So one is...
And then the other part being when the older male on the camera that was identified as Ed Bombach is struck in the head. Savannah Williams, again, the female in the black. This is kind of halfway through. There's like a pause and everyone's kind of separating. She goes back, she grabs what appears to be a glass off the bar. When she picks it up, it looks like a glass, and there's almost even a napkin stuck to the bottom. You know how bartenders put the glass on the napkin. She goes over to Ed, hits him on the left side of his face, and as she does that, you can see him put his hand to his head and then pull it back and look at it, which is consistent with someone checking an injury for blood. And as the video goes on, you can see a red spot form in the same spot where he was struck. And when she actually hits him, if you look carefully on the video, you can see what looks like glass shattering as the glass breaks.
Okay. And I don't need to get into specifics with names or who's pending with what charges, but any citations or charges sought?
Yeah, we referred 3 people to the district attorney's office for charges related to this incident.
All right, for potential criminal charges?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Just follow up 1 second. And is that video consistent with your recollection of how it looked when you first reviewed it?
Yes.
All right. Accurate representation of the fight as it was portrayed to you and that you saw it at that time?
Yeah, that's consistent with the
right.
video I watched initially.
And just for the record, I did provide counsel with a copy of zip drive there, and I would move this zip drive, that portion of the video, specifically from 21:10:52 to 21:14:55 into evidence. I'm not sure procedurally how, I believe the chair would probably have to accept that if it's accepted or if there's an objection.
No objection.
Even objections or?
No objection.
No objections at this time.
No objection to that video being introduced. It's
All right.
part of the reason we keep them.
So I would mark that as, I guess I have it not marked yet, but I have a plaintiff's exhibit. Was there something that got marked earlier?
The summons and complaint, and that usually gets marked to the clerk's office.
Sure,
so-
okay, so I'll mark this as plaintiff's exhibit 1, or city's exhibit 1, I'll cross that part out.
Nick, the committee will, or the chairman will accept as evidence for our suspensions of the license.
All right. All right, thank you, and then, let me again, just make sure I have what I needed. Do you know how this call originated, or who made the call?
I don't know.
You don't?
I'll
All
find
right.
out.
All right, I have no further questions at this time.
Any questions from the counselor?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Maybe I'll catch your question for you. You've been working for approximately 7 years,
Yeah, 7.5 years.
7.5 years, and how long have you been in the district that this spot's in?
We don't have different districts in the city of West Dallas. It's just the city, so the whole time.
To your knowledge, over that time frame, has the owner of this spot, both Ed and Lonnie, been cooperative with the police?
I can't speak to times I wasn't there for. I will say that during my times or my experiences with them, I've never had any problems. They've been cooperative when I've dealt with them.
Okay. And in fact, the video system is from the bar?
Yep.
Did they give you any pushback on getting it?
No.
Did they give you any false information?
No.
In any of your times dealing with them, have they ever given you pushback?
No. Anytime we've gone there to investigate something, I've personally never had any problems with Ed or Lonnie. They've been, when we've asked to see video, they've been upfront with it. There's never been any incident where they're uncooperative or refusing to let us see video.
And does that include even incidents that might not be related to the bar, but the person was at the bar? Or some other further investigation type that you are aware of?
In my experience, I think the only time I've had to look at their video or stuff has been stuff related to the bar. So I can't say specifically either way on that question, that I can recall at least.
He asked the other question I'd like to ask you. You've observed probably your fair share of fights over the years.
Yeah, either in person or on video after the fact.
Okay. When you look at that video and you see Ed, who's, I believe, 78, and Lonnie, who's 77, was there really much else they could have done?
I'm not sure how I can answer what they could
Well,
have
I
done.
mean, physically, I mean, because you saw those girls, they were pretty adamant at each other.
Mhm.
I mean, would you say that the bar's response to that, trying to split them apart, and that was an appropriate response?
I will say that it appeared that they were trying to break up the fight rather than instigate it, if that's kind of what you're
Yeah, that
asking.
was more of where I was going, is did the bar react appropriately to the situation that was created?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, it's hard to say what they should have done, but I even wrote in my report, both Ed and Lonnie appear to be breaking it up. The instigators, neither of them appeared to be an instigator in the incident.
I have no further questions.
Just a brief follow-up based on that. You said there were some charges that were sought, wasn't for either of the owners, correct?
No,
All right. I would assume the two dancers?
Correct.
And the third being generally who?
the female who was swinging the high-heeled shoe.
Okay. Bartender or something along.
Yeah, again, I'm not 100% sure what her,
All right.
her status is.
Very good, nothing further.
Yeah, Officer Wagner, I have a question in reference of, you've been in the force for 7.5 years, but you have no reconciliations of any other activities for that locations? I mean,
Oh, I've been there for other calls before.
so have been other calls at
Yeah.
that locations, right?
Yeah,
Because myself, I could attest to that, my neighbors call me about the fact of nuisance.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to be careful, because obviously
Yeah,
the four corners of the complaint are what I'm alleging, or
Yeah.
what the city's alleging in this one, and I don't want you to consider too much beyond what's being presented as evidence, and so proceed as you see fit. I'm not trying to curtail anything, but I just want to make sure we're,
Yeah, we stay within the
Consider that.
scope.
Yeah.
I mean, I totally understand that, but just my question was, because being alderman from the district, I mean, I knew that for years already, it's been off and on, there's been some, police showing up at that location. For me, I don't know all the reasons, but they've been there. So, before your time, that's why I'm stating that.
Chairman Vitale?
Yes.
I have a couple questions. Now, the duration of the video that we watched, when were the police called?
I'm not sure exactly when.
Okay, was during that, is there
I
a
don't know
notation
the
when they
exact-
were called?
We would have an exact time that the WAPD dispatch center received a call. And
I can
I
find
don't know that
information.
offhand, but that would be when we got the call. Now that may be within a minute or so of how accurate the time on their camera is.
What I could do is I can look and have a conversation with the council about that and see if that's something that we're comfortable maybe stipulating to. If not, then you might never know.
Okay.
I'll check
My question was just based on the amount of time that this was going on to the time that the police were called and who called the police, to see if that action was actually taken, or if it was after the fact, when it was all said and done.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Alderman.
I want to expand on that because to me, when that incident started, from the time the police got called to the time the police responded is very important to me. And I'd like to know that information if we can get it.
And I'm sorry, I have a follow-up question. The subjects that were involved in the fight, all of them were intoxicated? Or were they intoxicated based on your observations?
Again, I had very little contact with the two dancers very briefly in assisting another officer in stopping them and detaining them and then helping the one get onto the gurney for the ambulance. But other officers noted that the two female dancers appeared intoxicated.
Okay. Was it mentioned when their shift had ended?
I don't know offhand when that would have been. I assumed it would be about 9 o'clock because that's roughly when we got called, but
So it was about the time their shift ended then?
that's what I understand because that they became upset that they weren't allowed to work another shift.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Alderman.
another question is there a bouncer that was there? Or is it just the two owners that were there involved in this, trying to break it up?
I don't know if there was a bouncer working or not. I didn't talk to one myself, but I don't know if other officers did or not.
So we
I just don't know offhand.
So we don't know if that gentleman who was wrestling around with people, if he was employed by the bar, or if he was just somebody that was affiliated with one of the persons?
I don't know that information.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Alderman.
as a follow-up, Alderman Grisham, are these employees allowed to drink during their shift?
If they're of age, yes.
So they can drink while they're performing as well?
Yes, if they're of age.
I see.
That's the one thing we have to be careful of. You can work there at 18 years old, but you can't drink,
Right.
which is,
But I'm
Kind of
interested
my
in why
opinion,
they were
my opinion.
intoxicated. Why were these women intoxicated?
well, again, that's a matter of opinion, they have a couple of drinks, it doesn't mean they're intoxicated. But,
Is he planning on testifying, counsel?
He is, and I think that may be a better
spot for this.
time.
Okay, all right. Then I'd like clarification, according in our documents, you hire contractors or you have employees. Were these women contractors or employees?
they had simply auditioned that day and allowed to work the shift, but they weren't actually hired yet for anything.
And again, that might be a better question for their case in chief. And so right now is my case in chief, meaning I'm presenting evidence, and then they will have a chance to present their evidence as to maybe why they're less culpable or not culpable.
I see. Thank you.
So
Okay.
I do have, I guess,
Go ahead.
if we could have just a brief minute without questions so he doesn't have to double listen. Just give me 1 second. Do you want to go out here?
Officer, I believe we're kind of done with
But
you.
we gotta wait for Nick.
We gotta wait for.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get
Then you can go back to work. A little bit of a break, you know.
Well, sure.
Becca, are there any other officers for the other ones?
Yes, there's
Yeah, I think
one more officer
one more.
outside.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not as familiar as you might be with your police system, right?
Sure.
Is this the CAD data, meaning the call or computer-aided dispatch?
Yeah, this is the call screen for that incident.
Okay, so when did this call come in, if this is generally accurate?
So our call notes first got the call at 21:14, which is 9:14 p.m.
Generally, when did this incident take place, if we know?
The initial on the video, the timestamp showed, I believe the initial stuff started about 9:10.
9:10, okay. All right.
There may be a way to see, you're talking about when officers also arrived, I
I
think
guess
they
I was
wanted
gonna
to
ask that when they arrived, yeah, I just didn't, if you know.
So yeah, there's a way you can go to, where is it?
I might not have access to it, though. Oh, that's just the cops. I never know what that is. If you can't tell,
No, so the initial unit was dispatched, it says at 21:17 hours on here.
okay.
And then I can find on here where it says the initial units arrived on scene.
So fight starts around 9:10, 9:14 is around when the call comes in.
Yeah, 9:10 was the first start of the fight on the video. 9:14 is when the call came into our dispatch, or I should say when they generated the call note, a call entry for it.
Sure. It could have come in, I mean, obviously it would have come in a little bit before that because they're typing in
Correct.
stuff down. Okay.
And then the first unit was listed as dispatched at 9:17.
Can you tell if the video that we showed, that I stopped that video at 9:14 and 55 seconds. Do you know if that was very accurate or somewhat accurate? I mean, did we have any analysis on that?
I believe I noted in my report, I'd have to check exactly, but I believe it was consistent with, one of the
Generally
things, I do a lot of video retrieval.
Okay.
And I've gone to some trainings for that. And one of the things they teach you to note is the DVR time offset. Obviously, sometimes people's camera systems are not 100% accurate. They may be off an hour for daylight savings, or the power went out at some point. When it came back on, it wasn't the right time. So I generally attempt to note that when I do a report, just so that there's no confusion later on if you say this happened at 9 and the video shows nothing at 9 o'clock. But I believe in this case it was,
Generally consistent.
yeah, pretty accurate for the current time.
All right. And I guess we agreed when we talked that it's unclear where the call originates. Okay. We can't tell if it's an employee or.
There should be a phone number in there.
There is, but I checked it.
Oh, okay.
All right. Is that?
Yeah, I just wanted to do a follow-up with,
Yeah.
Can you, when you say generally consistent, are we down to the minute consistent, or are we within a couple minutes?
Within a minute or two, I'd say.
Okay, so we could be a minute or two either way, and then.
Yeah, I generally look at my watch, which, I don't know, my watch versus the dispatch time is, there may be a minute or two discrepancy, but I note if it's within a couple of minutes, I note that it's generally consistent, whether, again, if it's an hour or 20 minutes off or something, I'll note that as well.
Thank you for that clarification.
No problem.
Any further questions?
Chairman Vitale, I have a
Yes.
question. Were you first on the scene?
No.
Okay. So when a call comes through and gets dispatched, is it any officer in the area? It gets radioed over? Proximity?
We have patrol sections. There's an east, a west, and a center. They generally try to send people to calls in their section if a squad is available. So if this is in the east section, this business. So if an east end, or if a call would to come out at the spotlight for whatever reason, they would generally attempt to send a east end squad who's available, not on another call or doing something else. If no East End squads are available, then they'll dispatch someone else from another section. Bigger calls, especially reports of large fights or calls with more serious injuries and stuff like that, they're going to dispatch a lot more people.
Thank you, officer.
Any further questions, committee members?
I have one follow-up based on that question. How many officers, if you recall, were dispatched out to this fight? Ballpark.
I'm not sure exactly how many were initially dispatched,
How many
but in
arrived
terms
to
of arrived, I can think of so myself, Officer Baumgar was there, Officer Casso, Officer Stickle and his trainee at the time, and I believe Officer Lukey, and there may be more. Those are just the ones I can recall seeing there offhand.
Well, 6 at least that you can recall.
When you arrived, were the ladies gone?
No, when I pulled up, Officer Baumgar was stopping out with the two females that ended up getting arrested. They were walking to their car that was parked on 65th Street.
I see.
So if there's no further question, thank you, Officer Weinberg.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
All right, and now we'll get to Officer
Officer
K.
K.
Officer K, mind grabbing a seat here? Actually, we'll swear you in first.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, and just so for all parties playing, I'll start with number 8 now and work my way 8, 9, 10, 12, and I believe that should be it. All right, so Officer K, how are you employed?
With the City of West Dallas Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the City of West Dallas Police Department?
9 years.
All right, we're working back on March 17th around 1:30 a.m.?
Yes.
All right, and what were your duties on that day?
Assigned to the east end of the city as a general patrol officer.
All right. How have you been in? Is East End where you normally are?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been in the East End?
About 5 or 6 years,
5 or 6
I believe.
years. All right. And I'm not going to talk really about anything since January, but at least for the spot. And have you had contact there?
The spotlight?
Spotlight, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So if we're talking about on March 17th, what happened on that date at about 1:30?
We were dispatched to the spotlight for a male who had thrown a drink in the bartender's face.
Okay. Do we know who the bartender was?
Audrey Bombeck.
Okay. Was that guy found on scene?
He was not.
All right. Disappeared.
Yeah, he left before officers arrived.
All right. Did you talk to Audrey?
I did.
And what, if anything, did Audrey tell you?
She said that there was a individual in the bar that was intoxicated. Some sort of, I guess, argument ensued, and he threw a drink in her face and then stole a bottle of Jose Cuervo and left the scene.
All right. Any information about how long he had been there or what he was doing there?
I don't recall that.
Okay. And obviously, since he didn't find him, no citations were issued, correct?
Correct, yes. He left before we arrived on scene. We attempted to locate him in the area, which we did not.
Okay. All right, I have nothing further about that incident. I'm going to move on to, well, I guess for the ease of not getting lost in the process, I will have more questions as we go on, but I think it'd be most appropriate if you want to ask questions and the committee asks questions per incident. Would that be okay?
That's fine.
Okay. All right, I don't have any questions about the March 17th incident.
I have no questions on the March 17th issue.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
is there any video from that incident?
I would say, like, the police do not have any video from that incident.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee?
Chairman Vitale?
Yes.
Was it noted by the bartender that this person first time in, or was any familiarity?
I don't recall that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the members? So the council, you have any questions? You don't?
No, I think the officer for this incident is.
All right, very good, thank you. I'm going to move on to the May 24th interaction. Sir, I guess I'm calling on you for this one here based on your past experience and then as kind of maybe a catch-all officer, but have you had a chance to review the reports for the May 24th incident?
Yes, I read the reports.
All right, and are you aware of Officer Kyle Webster?
Yes.
All right, have you worked with Kyle Webster before?
We were hired together, actually, so yes.
So most of your law enforcement career, you've been with Officer Webster in one capacity or another?
Correct.
Yeah.
He works a different shift than I do, though.
All right, on the May 24th, 2021, why were officers dispatched out to Spotlight?
They received a call for someone who had overdosed.
Okay. Was that individual able to be revived or brought back?
Yes.
How so?
Through the use of Narcan.
Okay. And what is Narcan?
It's a drug that people use to reverse the effects of opiates in the system.
Okay. And was there any other reasons that officers were called over there?
The theft of money.
Money, okay. From that individual?
From the individual who had overdosed.
Okay, so this person, was that an employee there?
It doesn't say specifically in the report, but by the context of the report, it appears so.
Okay, and guess how was she associated with, how was this individual associated with the bar?
In the report says like she was behind the bar, which to me would indicate that she has some sort of either employment there or maybe knows the owners or something to that effect. Her purse was behind the bar. This is where she passed out from her opioid overdose.
Okay, and did officers investigate how, I guess did she make a statement about how she believed she became unconscious?
Yes, the report says that she believed she had been drugged throughout while she was at the Spotlight.
Okay. Did officers kind of investigate or try to look into that issue?
They did.
And were they able to definitively say one way or the other what happened?
They reviewed video surveillance from the Spotlight, and from what the report said, the officer did not see, I believe her name was Samol Nai. Is that how, I'm not sure about the pronunciation. Samol and then NY was how her name is spelt. But he reviewed the video surveillance and did not observe her drink anything in the hour prior to this incident happening. But although he did indicate that she left behind the bar a few times and went outside, so she was out of camera view a few times.
Okay. All right, and now she was okay, she got brought back, and...
You're right, she was Narcaned. I'm not sure by who, whether it was, an employee, a patron, or the police, or the paramedics. It doesn't really indicate that in the report. But she was brought, she did not die. She was revived, and they spoke to her while she was in the ambulance.
Okay. And then officers are trying to figure out what's going on there, right? So there's other officers that get dispatched to the scene to make contact with employees?
Correct.
All right, and were all employees cooperative at that point?
I believe there was a employee there who was the suspect of this case. Her name was...
I guess I don't need names.
Okay, the suspect of this case, who was also going behind the bar, and at one point took the victim's purse from behind the bar and was carrying it around for an extended period of time, and even was observed on the video surveillance going in the victim's purse, retrieving an identification card and producing it to the police.
Was there an individual that kind of stayed in the back and wouldn't come out?
Yes, there was also another potential employee. I believe they said that she was auditioning for to be an employee that initially refused to come out and cooperate with officers, give a statement to officers, but eventually came out but still refused to give a statement to the police.
Generally, what was the quantity of money, if we know, that was alleged to be taken?
There's some discrepancy. I don't know if you caught it in the report. So it might have been just a typing error, but $1,200 what it was wrote initially, and then later in the report it says $1,500. So
somewhere between $1,200 and $1,500.
Correct.
All right. I have no further questions about this incident.
Any questions on the committee members or the council?
Just a few to clarify. So the employee that the police suspected and saw take her person going in is the one who refused to cooperate?
no, that was a different employee.
Okay.
Although I should say they tried to contact the employee you're talking about that took the victim's purse and was seen carrying it around and went in her purse and got the ID of the victim.
Who tried to contact them?
After the fact, I don't know if it was the same day or days later, they tried to call her with information she provided the police, and the police were unable to make contact with her. So they're never able to, I guess, question her in regards to anything further. So I would say, yeah, she was uncooperative in that fact.
She was. And then the other one had said that she was auditioning that night?
Yeah, that's what the report indicates. She was auditioning to be employed there.
Okay.
The one that initially refused to come out of the back, and then came out and refused to give a statement.
Okay. Did the investigation ask the bar for any of the contact information they may have had on the employee?
Which employee?
The one who was seen going into the girl's purse?
I don't recall.
We can talk offline. We may want to see if we do have something that can assist in that. The bar, the girl behind, the girl who received the Narcan injection will just basically say was the bartender for ease of this. She told you at the time, though, that she did not take him. She believed she had been given something.
I just want to reiterate, I was never at this scene. I'm
Okay.
testifying on behalf of Officer Webster. But from the reports, that's what I read, and that's what it indicated.
Okay.
That she denied using narcotics, and that she believes she was drugged.
Okay. And Officer, sorry, is Webster?
I'm K.
No.
Okay.
Webster was the other officer?
The officer, yes.
Okay. And you went to the academy with him. You worked with him for 9 years. You trust him?
Not the academy. We didn't go together, but we were hired together. Yes.
Okay.
I trust him. He's a trustworthy police officer.
Okay. We're good on that. Besides this incident, you worked the area. Have you ever had interactions with Ed or Lonnie?
Yes.
Have they ever been disrespectful to you?
No, they usually help or provide information that we need, especially in regards to video surveillance.
Okay. And did they turn over all the video surveillance equipment?
The equipment
Or the videos of the incident?
of this incident, yeah, it appears so. The officer indicates that he watched the video in regards to this incident and then was able to get a copy of it.
I have no further questions.
Sure.
Question, yes, Alderman Stepanis.
So we have no idea what kind of drugs this person was revived from. Okay. Okay.
I would, well,
Chairman.
I guess if that's a question, I'll have the officer answer it, yeah.
Basically my question is, was it IV use, smoke use, pill use? That's what I'm getting at.
I'm not sure that, but it's some sort of opioid, because the way Narcan works, it's only effective on the reversal of
Right.
too much opioids in your system.
Okay, thank you.
Alderperson Fisher.
I just had noted, just for reflection, the name from this particular incident, Samol, and looking at the other testimony from the other officers, are these separate incidences with the same individual? That would be my question. Okay, so this is clearly an employee that we're speaking about.
And just for the record, I believe Samol is the same bartender who eventually is in that fight that we watched the video on.
That's my,
That would be correct on that one?
okay.
Yeah.
So that incident with the fight and Samol was allegedly the one who overdosed.
We will have a discussion during our case in chief on that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions on number 9?
Actually, I have one more question for the officer. I know that council had stated, has the owners ever been uncooperative? I guess the one question I have, in your dealings with the Spot and Spotlight, are a lot of your calls related to overly intoxicated patrons?
I would say, well, I work third shift, so generally, anyone that we deal with is impaired, whether it's drugs, alcohol, or a combination of both. And I would say it's no different than, like, they're no exception. So yeah, I would say generally yes.
So my follow-up question to that would be, this establishment is any different than any other one that you would frequent, say any other?
In regards to like intoxication levels and stuff, yeah, no, I would say it's the same. It's not like people are way more intoxicated at Spotlight or way more intoxicated at a different bar, but just generally.
But the amount of calls that you have to this establishment compared to the others, is there a percentage that you could give?
Oh, that would be a total guess if I had to say, but I will say on third shift at least, it seems like we respond there. This is anecdotally, at least like once a month. It seems like, whether it's just for something, it doesn't rise to the effect, or doesn't rise to something like we're dealing with now, or it could just be someone outside playing loud music in their car that just came from the Spotlight or something. But either which way, we usually go there on third shift at least about once a month.
Okay, thank you.
So have been a good officer, Kyle, for a long time, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it's not something just happens once a year or twice a year.
Correct. But like I said, that once a month estimate is just, you know, what it seems like to me anecdotally from my experience.
Thank you.
I had a couple of follow-up questions. To follow up on that, is that more or less than you see for other bars?
We go to the Spotlight more than other bars.
And then to follow up on Alderman Stefanski's questions, talking about Narcan, you said that it only works on opiates. Is that something that you know from your training from?
That's how it was explained to us when we were trained on how to utilize it. Now, I'm not a doctor or anything like that, so I can't speak to any of that stuff. But for our just simple, you go somewhere and it appears that someone's in some sort of overdosed state, you give them this Narcan, and it immediately reverses the effects of it and brings them back to life, for lack of a better way of saying it. Now, medically, can they use it for other things? I don't know. I'm not.
And has always kind of been your experience when you've used Narcan?
Yeah, it's really crazy if you've never seen it before. You have someone that's laying there, looks like they're dead, and you use this Narcan, and less than a minute later, they're sitting up talking to you.
That's all I had.
When you arrived, how many people were behind the bar?
I wasn't on this specific case. Officer Webster was the primary officer.
I see.
I'm just filling in for him. So I wasn't even at the Spotlight for this case. So I don't know. I can't answer that.
Am I allowed to ask who's allowed behind the bar in this establishment?
Well, we're gonna have some other people that work there.
Oh,
So we
okay.
can maybe ask them.
All right, thank you.
So if there's no further questions?
I have another more incidents
one
to go
more
on.
incident.
Yep. Two, I think,
Two,
actually, yep.
okay.
All right, we're going to the
Counsel?
June. Yeah.
Just, we may want to have the chair do an extension, as I think we are pretty close to the time. I don't know what the cross-exam.
And I totally get it. In terms of, and I've been trying to be mindful of that too, in terms of my hour or so case, but it doesn't include questioning by other parties, and so my presumption is I'm still under. I would say I probably have another 10 minutes.
But I wasn't objecting to
Sure,
you taking
yeah.
as much time as you need. I was just saying, just because on the thing it may look at, so maybe we ask the chair to just allow an extension. I don't have any objection.
Okay. All right.
Again and now.
Very good. Thank you. And I will wrap it up promptly.
Again, I'm not trying to push you on your case.
No,
I'm-
understood. Hi.
Closed meeting?
Nope. Open meeting.
Cool.
Can we help you with anything, or just?
Okay. Seems dropping.
Very good. All right. All right. So on June 7th, did you review that report?
Yes.
All right. And who was the primary officer on that incident?
Officer Santa Cruz Medina.
And have you worked with Officer Santa Cruz Medina previously?
Yes.
All right. And in what capacity have you worked with Officer Santa Cruz Medina?
We worked third shift together, and we both worked the east end of the city. We're both patrol officers, so I work with him a lot.
Have you investigated cases together or utilized his work in the past?
Yes.
All right. And have you found that to be reliable in the past?
Yes.
All right. So on June 7th, what was the incident that the officers were dispatched out to for the Spotlight?
It was a disorderly conduct complaint between. Well,
Go ahead.
Get into the complaint more. It's between two individuals fighting.
All right. Were any of the individuals associated with or employed at the bar?
One of them was. One was a patron. The two individuals, they were both males, involved in the physical altercation, one of which was an employee who was not on duty.
Okay. So one was an employee not on duty, one was just a patron generally.
Correct, but,
All right.
but I believe he's somewhat of a regular there.
Okay. And what happens in this interaction?
There's some sort of argument that ensues, according to the report, and it's over an incident that occurred approximately a month prior between these two individuals, where they get in each other's face, and the off-duty employee, I think his name was Nate Mullins, shoved this patron to the ground, during which a chair fell over and the patron suffered a laceration or cut to above his eye, and his glasses were broken during the incident.
And was the bar cooperative to the extent that they provided that surveillance video?
Yes.
All right, and did officers, not you, but officers review that video?
Officer Santa Cruz Medina reviewed the video.
All right, and did you review the report and his recitation of what that appeared to be?
Yes.
All right, and was that consistent with kind of how you just described it?
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what happened.
Okay. All right, any citations, if you know, issued from this?
Yes, that off-duty employee Nate Mullins was later issued a citation for disorderly conduct.
All right. I don't have any further questions about that incident.
Any further questions from the committee members? Again, Officer Kyle.
Sorry.
You forget about him.
I know you asked me. Go ahead.
I actually, on this one, I think that this is, was there an extended, you didn't see the video?
I did not view the video.
Okay, so I really can't go into a lot of the details besides that, so I will just leave it at where it is.
You know, Council, if you really define, and I want to be straightforward in questions of the amount of activities really has been happened on 64 in West Greenfield Avenue, the Spotlight, you know, and been, I believe, more than any other establishments within our community, really, in all fairness. You know, and I'm not trying to, you know, badmouth the Spotlight, but the fact is that we incurring police times for their locations more than the others. I mean, that's my biggest concern, really, as a representative from the district and West Dallas just as well. Thank you.
I have one more incident to go through quickly
Yes, go ahead.
if I can.
Sir Lynn?
All right. And lastly, August 28th, you were the actual officer on that incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And August 28th, what happened?
We responded to the Spotlight for a shooting.
Our shooting. All right. And upon investigating that shooting, what did you determine happened?
One of the employees and a dancer had been shot in the foot by a patron of the bar.
Okay. Did you make contact with that employee or the dancer?
Yes.
All right. Did she know this guy?
She had known him for a few days, about approximately 4 days, I believe.
Okay. And how did they, or why were they at the bar together?
So she was working at the Spotlight. She invited this individual she had just met a few days ago to come and watch her while she worked.
Okay. Did she have any comment or make any statements about how long he was there or what he was doing there?
He was there for, I can't remember specifically, but for a fair amount of time, to where she indicated that he drank a lot while he was at the Spotlight.
Okay. And did some type of altercation or something occur between these two?
So then, like, they must have been interested in one another. That's why he came to see her. But then while he was there, from what I gather, he was talking to other dancers, which created this tension or argument between them. And I don't know if she was off shift or during a break or whatever. They went out to his car, which was parked on 65th Street, north of Greenfield, right next to the Spotlight, where they talked. And then during this conversation, he produced a handgun and fired it at her feet, striking one of them. I believe it was her right foot.
Right foot, like I believe the report says toe area.
Yeah, the big toe.
Okay. And this is a fairly lengthy report, so I guess, did you have any other interactions with employees or patrons at the bar from that evening?
Not really, because I was one of the first ones to arrive on scene, and I immediately tended to the victim, the individual who was shot, and then went with her into the ambulance and then to Freighter.
Okay. And where was she when you found her?
In the entrance exit vestibule area.
Of the bar?
Correct.
Okay. And did officers make contact with this other guy?
The shooter?
Yeah,
Eventually.
eventually. All right, that evening?
No, about a week later, the investigation was turned over to our detective bureau, who did their investigation. Were able to identify who the shooter was. They wrote a warrant. Our SWAT team went and executed the search warrant, arrest warrant, and arrested the shooter.
Okay. And that initial call for service, about how many officers showed up?
Everyone that was working.
Okay. 'Cause
I would say,
is that normal for a shooting?
yeah, in 8, 9 maybe. It depends however many were working that evening.
All right. And, all right, so I'm going to do like a general overview here, and I know some of the questions from the alderpersons already kind of talked to that about that, but you had said that in your time kind of investigating and being out in this district, there's not people that are more intoxicated in that location. Is that kind of the...
Yeah, I would say, I mean, I can't sit in here in good faith say, oh, people are more drunk at the Spotlight than they are at, name another tavern on the east end of the city. But I would say that we respond to the Spotlight more often than any other bar or restaurant or tavern, whatever you want to call it.
The severity of those calls, is that consistent with other bars, or is that different from other bars in your experience?
I can't. I would say at the Spotlight, there's more serious calls.
Okay. From
for
in your
service.
opinion?
Yes, anecdotally, just from what I know and what my experience being on third shift for 9 years and 6 or whatever it was on the east end of the city.
All right. I believe that gets me through the factual allegations on the complaint. I have no further questions for this officer.
Any other questions from the council?
So, officer, did the gentleman bring her to the bar?
No. Oh wait, I don't recall. I'm sorry. He may have, but I don't think so.
Okay, but they had a relationship of some sort, no matter how short, prior to him showing up at the bar that night.
Right. From what I remember is that they met, I believe it said 4 days earlier. She said 4 days earlier, we're at her grandma's residence. That's what it was, that's what she said.
Okay.
Where they exchanged phone numbers.
And is this guy a local resident, or is he out of state?
I believe he's originally from Illinois, but currently a Milwaukee resident.
Okay. Did she explain if they had had like a level of confrontation in the bar, like besides, to the degree of the fight that was shown earlier? Did they just have more of a heated discussion and then went outside?
That wasn't really, I guess, asked or answered.
And West Dallas has the common ordinance that people need to go outside to smoke, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is it common for you to see people outside of bars smoking?
Yes.
Okay. How many of the calls, you said that you're doing roughly a call a month, or thereabouts, how many of those are from the bar itself?
Like where an employee calls from? Is that what you mean? Like
Yeah.
an employee calls? I'm not too sure on that. Of those one a month anecdotally that we deal with on third shift, I couldn't say whether they're employees or patrons or passerbys.
Okay, would the police prefer the bar to deal with issues or for you to be called?
I mean, I guess that's not for me to say. I'm not administrator or the chief of police or anything like that. I do what is told or required of me.
Okay, so if a bouncer jacks somebody out let's just say, outside that wasn't related to the premise, would they have legal protection?
Jacks, what do you mean by jacks?
Well, they're not leaving, so they go across the street and get into an argument with the person.
I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but I would say once they're removed from the residence, if they go across the street and confront the person across the street, the bouncer's gonna have some problems.
Okay. Just reminded you there. And any of the time have either, either Ed or Lonnie refused to give the police any level of cooperation?
From my dealings with them?
Your dealings or even rumor?
No, usually they're cooperative, or usually, give the information that we need, or video surveillance that we need.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, oh, Mr. President.
when you came and found the person who was shot in the foot, was there any employee inside the vestibule area helping this person?
There was an employee in the vestibule area, not per se helping, but just there.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions of the committee members?
Do the police determine if it was an accident that this occurred?
So I actually asked her that specifically, do you think he intentionally shot you? And she was unsure. She was unsure if he did it because they were in an argument and he fired the ground off, or he was so intoxicated and was just trying to intimidate her and the gun inadvertently went off. But either which way, she was shot in the foot by an intoxicated party that ensued from an argument from within the spotlight.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Vitale?
Yes, all persons wish.
We discussed a lot. I just need to go back to the fact, she brought this gentleman to the establishment to watch her work, so she was working that evening.
From what I was told, yes, but I would say she didn't bring him there. Now I'm recalling correctly, I think she they had spoken earlier and said, I'm working, and then he showed up while she was at work.
Okay, so they didn't arrive
No,
together. She
no.
was working her shift from...
Right.
Okay, and he showed up to the
Correct.
establishment. Was the victim intoxicated? Had she been drinking herself?
I don't think she was intoxicated. If I recall correctly, she may have said she drank one drink.
Okay.
Maybe if I remember correctly, but that's not 100%.
Okay, thank you.
There's no further questions?
I have nothing further. That's the
Yeah.
city's case in chief at rest, subject to rebuttal.
Are you
All
gonna
right.
release
You have any
Officer K or
questions for
should we?
rebuttal, Counsel?
I'll have to talk with you quick about that. Are you on shift tonight?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll talk to you quick.
Maybe recess for like a few minutes?
Sure, if anybody's, up to the.
Do we have an objection to recessing for just about 2
No,
minutes?
no objections at all.
I was gonna
Let's
ask
do
for
it.
just a hair longer, since we've all heard the thing, and see if there's anything based on their testimony that we wanna go into a little bit more.
And I would have no objection if they, 5,
Well-
7 minutes if they want a conference. I know it's getting a little bit late, but obviously they
Sure.
may
Yeah,
need
we
to
could
talk.
do that.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Okay.
How much time are you looking for?
Just about 5 minutes.
No problem.
Yeah, they were kinda to keep some notes as we went along.
Okay,
Thank you.
that gives us a
Order
little
out
break as
Chinese
well.
now.
Yep.
Because I have to...
Pizza. Thanks, officer.
Oh my God, how embarrassing is this? So many-
I just had
I'm thirsty.
Marky about
We should just like put a pizza out here.
So we are back on air.
All the shoplifting.
Have your, quiz, right?
I do, and as per discussion with the prosecutor, I'm going to use a little bit more. Some of the Please state your full name for the record.
Audrey Bomback.
Can you spell your last name?
Bomback.
How long have you been working at the spot?
Since like 96.
And what is your role?
Bartend.
And what shift do you generally work?
The night shift from 9 to close, roughly.
Okay. Now, you've heard the various incidents that were brought up tonight through the officer's testimony. But before I get to that, do you have a bartending license?
Yes.
Have you taken different training?
I had to take the test a long time ago, or whatever.
Do you deliberately overserve people?
No. I'll throw them a Coke or something if I think they had too much and let them sit for a while or something. I'll even take keys away from them if I have to.
Okay. Have you, regarding any of the incidents here, because there was an allegation that keys were missing, in any of these incidents here that were brought before the committee, did you take any keys?
No.
Okay. There was, I believe, 2 incidents you had discussed initially, and I'm going to go to those first. And I'll just use the complaint numbers and the date. One was reference the gentleman on having a drink thrown on you on March 7, 221, number 8.
Yeah.
Can you kind of explain what happened that evening?
Came in with a couple guys that normally come in like once a week, maybe, or 2 weeks they come in. And he's never been in there before. And he's a little extreme. And he ordered the drinks for him and his friends, so I made them. And I gave him the change quick. Then I ran down to the other end of the bar to serve a couple more guys. He's like, wait, I was going to tip you, type of thing. And I'm like, I'll be back, you know. And so I got to take care of these guys, so I served them. And then he kept mouthing off about it, and I'm like, he's going to leave it on the ledge, you know, type of thing. And then I get down there, and then he's kind of like trying to turn this into an argument. And I'm like, I guess you really didn't want to tip me then. So then he took his drink and he threw it in my face. And then he took the glass and he threw it at the bar and put a crease in the bar. The glass didn't break, I'm surprised. Then he reached over and stole the bottle of Cuervo.
Okay, so...
And the 2 guys with him didn't do anything to stop him. Then they tried to pick a fight with the guys at the end of the bar. And they finally left. They said the cops are on their way, and then they left, so.
Okay, well, let's just talk about that. So he hadn't even had one beer in the bar, or drink?
I made him a mixed drink, but he threw it all in my face, so he didn't have a drink.
And that was the number 8 on the incident?
Yep.
Okay, and then you said call the cops. What is the procedure for you when you decide whether to call the police or not?
Well, after he threw the drink in my face and he busted the glass, that's when I went right for the phone.
Okay.
You know, I went as fast as I
Let's just say
could.
in general.
I don't want to call unless it's really necessary, I guess. I mean,
But are you afraid to call?
sometimes I'd rather not.
Okay, well, did you call the police if there's anything serious? I mean, define that a little bit more.
Well, if I don't think it's necessary, if I think it's going to calm down and de-escalate, I'm not going to call him. But, you know, if I think it's going to get out of hand, you know, which it did, then I
Okay, well,
call.
let's not okay, so I want to now jump you to, what is, I think, number 7, with the gentleman threatening to have a firearm but kicked out of the bar, remained to kick the door.
Yes, he came in, I served him 1 beer, he seemed fine. Then like maybe 4 or 5 minutes later, I noticed, I'm listening to him, and he's talking like he's having a mental breakdown or something. He's just talking like a nutcase. I'm sorry, but, and I thought, wow, this guy, there's something wrong. So I thought, I'm not serving him anymore. Well, then when he asked for another drink, I said, no, I can't serve you anymore. Then he went off and said things that I didn't hear, but the doorman heard him. You know, I didn't know he threatened a weapon or anything. I didn't hear that. But the doorman told me later some things that he had said. And I said, whoa. And I said, well, take him outside, you know, get him to go out and have a cigarette with you. And then I said, then get him off to the side as far as you can, get back in the bar and lock the door so we don't have any problems in the bar, you know. Well, then he went a little nuts outside, banging on the doors. And I don't know who called the cops, because I didn't.
You were also on the incident, present at the incident that we saw on video?
Yeah.
Okay, from your perspective, what happened?
Well, I don't know, what was her name? Her name was Stormy, whatever. She was sitting there, and then there was some Spanish girl, big girl, with her. She was not a dancer.
Oh, wait a minute, you got the wrong incident.
Do I?
I'm
The one
talking,
that was on the video.
the one that was on the video where Ed was hit in the head.
Oh, I'm sorry. I came into work, the 2 girls were sitting there, and my shift had started, and I told the girls, I said, you know, well, the one was in the back in the dressing room, I think. The little one with the orange outfit, I says, you've got to go and get dressed now. I said, my shift's starting, but I've got enough girls. And she just ignored me. Well, I said, well, Tia, so I got Tia to say something to her. Well, then she got real mouthy with Tia and threatened her and all this stuff. And then she got up and she was going to go to the door. I guess I heard she was going to go change clothes and come back and fight Tia or something crazy. Well, then I don't know what happened. They had words, and then she went after her. She grabbed a bottle off the bar. So we all went to the side of the bar there and tried to get the bottle out of her hand.
Okay, so when you talk about the shift, are these girls employees?
No, they were never hired. They were just auditions that day.
Okay. Are any of the girls actually employees besides the bar staff?
I don't know, how would,
Okay.
No.
So yeah, that's not your area. Okay.
no.
All right, no problem. Just say, if you don't know, you just say, I don't know. Okay? When you come on, though, you have a list of dancers.
Right, I have girls that I've hired for my shift.
Okay, so you've got the girls that were hired for the second shift, and then there's the girls that are hired for the first. Unless there's an opening on the second, generally the first are asked to leave.
Right,
Is that a fair statement?
yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I get the ones that you were. Okay, you've heard what's been said. Is there anything you wish to add at this point?
No, I think you got it all. Oh, the situation with Stormy,
Okay, what date was that one?
that was the 12th of January.
Okay, so number 6 on the complaint, amended complaint?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was it.
JW and AB?
Yeah, that's it. See, let's see. Well, like I said, there was a big Spanish girl there. I didn't know who she was. She was dressed. She wasn't a dancer. But she was sitting next to her. And I told Stormy, I said, it's time, for you to go. And she went. And I didn't serve her any drinks. And she got real mouthy and stuff. Go get Ed and all this stuff. So I did, and then...
Could you speak a little louder, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. She said, go get Ed, and I said, fine, and then I called, no, I didn't call Nate. It was a different situation. Anyway, I told her she couldn't work. I said, you can't stay into my shift and sit here and drink. You got to go home. Your shift is over. And she got real ugly about that. So I went and got Ed. Well, then Ed's talking to her, and she's getting mouthy with him and disrespecting him. So I went to reach to grab the glasses to get him off the bar so she wouldn't hit him with the glass because I didn't trust her. Well, then this Mexican gal grabs me, slams my head down on the bar. I'm just lucky my glasses didn't break. I was like forehead right here. And then she started to slide me down. Ed grabbed her arms. And then Stormy hit me in the head with her fist. That's how that happened. So then she got more and more violent. We had a board on top of the bar there where we make drinks instead of plexiglass. And she came by and she slammed that thing off and hit me in the leg. It came flying behind the bar and hit me in the leg. And, they busted up the place pretty good with the pool sticks. And well, then, of course, they went outside, and then she hit Ed and kicked his truck. And,
Okay.
It's pretty much it there. Violent people.
Okay. Do you know who called the police that night?
I think Ed did later. Yeah, I think you finally got on the phone and called the police. Pretty sure it was you.
So he responded to the immediate of you being
Well,
dragged,
as
and then
soon as I could get away, then he called. He was holding her arms so she wouldn't drag me down the bar anymore.
okay. I have no further questions at this time, subject to redirect.
I'll be brief. All right, so you've been there since like 1996, you said. By the sounds of it, employees kind of come and go, or dancers come and go. Are you one of the longer standing employees of the bar?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this a situation, I'll just go back to January or so of this year. The gals staying late, it seems to be some of these fights are coming from gals that want to stick around. Is that where this usually comes from?
No, we haven't had too much trouble with that, but, every once in a while you get people that think they don't have to follow the rules, or they can do whatever they want to do, or they can walk all over you. And that's the type of person she is.
Okay.
And
All right, and if we're going back to the incidents and talking about those just very briefly, for that March 17th one, you said that, and just to remind you which one that is, that's where the guy takes some of the equipment, okay? The officer, he throws a drink in your face on that one, right? The officer testified that the guy, or at least AB being you, told the officer he was intoxicated. Was he drunk?
I don't remember saying that. I don't recall he was really drunk. He was just looking for trouble, mean-minded.
Okay.
The other two seemed fine,
But you don't remember this guy being intoxicated at the time?
Not really, no. I seemed fine.
And then
walking straight.
you said the guy on March 14th, that's the guy that's kicking the doors and being crazy. You were there too. Officer said he was highly intoxicated.
Well, see now, he was fine when I first served him. He
Okay.
seemed just fine. I served him one beer, and then after that he started talking really off the wall. And I thought, this guy's, something's mentally wrong with him.
Okay.
So I thought, I'm done, I'm getting him out of here.
Do you remember telling officers he was there about an hour or so?
I don't think he was there that long. I don't remember that.
And the officer said, I think when pressed for how many drinks, I think the committee asks, he said a couple. Is that what you recall?
I served him one beer,
One
and then he acted up, and I said, I'm getting this guy out of here, because I didn't want him in the bar
Okay.
talking like that.
Do you work closely with Miss Nye? Nye?
She works the earlier shift.
Okay, so you don't actually usually, and maybe you see her on shift change?
Right.
All right,
yeah.
because you saw, she was one of the gals on the flight.
Right.
On the video, right?
Right.
Okay. but you don't have much interaction beyond that.
No, it's just shift change. And
How often are people coming in for auditions? I've heard that word a bunch of times.
quite often, I usually do it on Monday nights.
Okay.
I'd rather handle it because I'm pretty good at picking out the ones that might be problems. I try to get well-behaved people on, you know.
Because I think we had auditions. No, the January 12th one was not an audition. That was Stormy was.
She worked the early shift, and,
Okay.
and she thought she was going to hang around.
But the fight that was on the screen, that was auditions.
They came in the afternoon and auditioned,
Okay.
and they should have left, but they didn't.
I think there's another one that was auditions that we had said. Maybe not. I'll leave it there. Thank you for that.
I have a question for you. You know, you have said that you've been working behind the bar since 1996. So as far as I know, many bartenders, whether it's West Dallas or any place, by the time if a patron comes in and initially start acting a little strange, it seemed to me, I mean, you should know already, you know, if a guy had been drinking, but just look at his face. I mean, I'm not a drinker, you know, I mean, in my life I never got drunk, but I knew right away by look at a person in the face if he had been drinking. The way he's acting, the way his looks is. So you have a lot of experience work behind the bar. You have a lot of experience. So if you know that person is acting kind of strange, why even give him a drink? Or even the other guy, why give him a beer? So after the guy drink one beer, you tell me that that person, he started acting funny with one beer?
Well, I know, that's why I'm saying this guy had mental issues. It wasn't about
Well,
alcohol.
You know, everything today is mental issue. It's not. It's not because people drinks, they go from one bar to the next bar. So, and then many bars, I'm talking about within our community, they come in and they serve them.
Well,
It could be drunk.
he
But what I'm
seemed
saying,
fine.
you have a lot of years of experience working behind a bar. So you should know by looking at client or patrons the way he looks like. If he's been drinking, well, I'm not gonna serve you. That's the city rules. That's our city ordinance.
But he seemed fine. he was, some people can really fool you. They'll come in and they look just fine, they're straight, and then you serve them one drink and they're acting up. Well, then I gotta cut them off.
See, the fact
Some
that
people
it's-
can fake it really well. You don't see it right away, you know. It happens.
But in many occasions, that's what had been occurred. Why reasons and accidents do occur, because the person behind the bar is serving a person who came from outside, and the person is already intoxicated. It happens many times throughout our city. It happens. You know, you don't want to serve her because you feel sad about it. Oh, I want to serve you, you know, so you give him a drink. But then right within a minute, the person acted really crazy. So it means if he's a normal person, he's not going to do that. If a guy with one drink, he's not going to react as foolish to make you say look bad. But that's what I'm saying. You've been around a long time, worked behind the bar. I think you got a lot of experience, you know.
Chairman Vitale?
Yeah, good.
If I may, I have several questions for you. And it does coincide with what you're saying. Now, what I heard you say, which was concerning to me, and I just need you to follow up on this, that sometimes you don't feel like calling the police because you determine what warrants a call or not. So first and foremost, I need to know what policies you have in place, because you mentioned, and I'm using your words, this guy seemed nutso.
Yes, he did.
Okay, if I may continue. So he was nutso, and the security guard, or your bouncer, stated he had said something about referring to having a weapon?
Yeah, that was that situation.
Okay, and
yeah.
if I may go further then. So in your experience since 1996, if you have a patron who came in that you served one drink, didn't appear inebriated at first, but within one drink started talking, what you referred to as nutso, brandished, stating that he has a weapon, and you still chose not to call the police. That's my
No, I didn't
concern.
know about that right away.
Well, you stated
the
that he
doorman.
said that the doorman told you
Well, he
that.
told me later, yeah, what he had said.
Okay,
But I
but-
didn't know that right away.
So at
I had
that
cut him
point-
off before that, and I guess he, he said whatever. I didn't hear all that, but
But
he didn't like the fact that I cut him
You did state that
off.
he was talking, in your opinion, nutso and crazy, which was concerning enough that you would not serve him another drink.
Right, I heard that
And that
part.
you utilized your bouncer to remove him and lock him out of the establishment. So now we have what you deem as nutso outside the door and could possibly have a weapon. Your security guard, I just, whether he told you at that very moment or not, I guess where I'm going is what protocol do you follow? What policies do you have in place as a bartender to assure that not only are your patrons are safe, you are safe, and that when that person walks out the door, they are safe?
Well, that's the reason why I got the doorman to get him outside, so he wouldn't cause any violence in the bar and get in a fight with a customer.
Do you feel
I
you
thought
have?
hopefully he'd go away, but he really flipped out and
Right,
banging on the doors like crazy.
Now, as a bartender, do you feel you have responsibility for that person's well-being once they leave your establishment, whether you served them or you removed them from that establishment? Say they're getting in a car, just their well-being is?
Well, yeah, if I thought he was really drunk, I guess I would have tried to get the doorman to get his keys or something.
Yeah, but if you deemed him as nutso, you didn't feel that he needed any, like, medical attention or anything like that?
Yeah, I guess I didn't go that far with it.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, when you get into unspecific terms, where she may say nutso, there would be standards, I think from a legal perspective of the bar just constantly calling and saying, this customer's nuts, I think would fit too many bar patrons.
Well, if I may,
Yes, ma'am.
this is a very different circumstance than downplaying it and saying it's just any time somebody behaved that way. This is a person who had stated they had a weapon. This is a person that needed a call of service to the bar. So that was one part. So thank you for answering those questions. Because a lot of this for me is, and maybe it's something I'm naive to, as I'm not a bartender, that maybe there's critical situations that need attention that maybe you're not calling. And that's one of my biggest concerns. Secondly, I'd like to know, because a lot of these instances that have happened seem to be that you have dancers that, you don't know who's really coming in. You're just kind of gauging whether they'll be decent that night or not, may have never even met them, and you have security in place, correct? So what policy, did you ever think of having a policy and change, in place that once that dancer's shift is done, your bouncer or security walks them out, they're done. Door is shut and they cannot come back in. Rather than letting them sit there and serving them drinks, and that's just food for thought. But secondly, I have a question. How many drinks are your dancers allowed to have, whether employees or auditions?
I don't, a couple, but some can't drink at all. They're not old enough, so.
Okay, but the ones in the instances that we have documented that the officers stated that they were highly intoxicated after a shift,
Well, I didn't serve them.
who would have served them?
Well, the earlier bartender, but now if you're talking about that situation with the fight, the oldest gal was, 22, I think, and the other one was underage. And I heard through the grapevine that the girl that was old enough had liquor in the car, and the young one was going into the car and drinking it.
Okay, and who monitors that? Does your security?
They weren't hired. They weren't working that day. They just came into audition, so she probably drank before she came into the audition.
Are you qualified to tell if somebody is drinking before they got into the bar?
I just walked in, so I didn't know, I kind of got hit with everything at once. I wasn't there.
How many dancers do you have on one shift?
It varies. Sometimes I have 4 or 5, maybe 6. Sometimes I get up to 7. It just depends.
Are you the only one there managing the 6 girls and the bar?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's
I
only
get
one
girls
person?
that I can handle. If I feel like I
think that
can't,
would be more clarified, because usually either Ed or Lonnie are both there at night with
There
them.
too.
And then they've had multiple times, they do have security, one gentleman doing the door on that issue. I think one of the misconceptions is, again, we have to remember the size of the Spotlight. It is not a large, it has a 65 capacity. It is not a large, when you think of a gentleman's club, such as Silk or even Heartbreakers here in the city, or many of the other ones that come to mind instantly when somebody talks about a gentleman clubs. They have a much larger facility. They are a much larger place that can have a lot more security measures, that, for example, with the shift change, and that's something I'll get into a little bit regarding the difference between independent contractors and employees, because we are limited with certain restrictions that can be placed on an independent contractor. One of the things that we have done to look at this is I am currently rewriting their independent contractor agreement to address several of these issues. But it is a complicated area of the law. For example, several clubs in California and other places, because they exceeded what they were allowed to do when you have somebody as an independent contractor and actually were determined employees, the clubs were actually civilly sued for millions of dollars and lost, because they went beyond the authority they're allowed to have as a independent contractor versus employee relation.
With that being said, in all due respect, does that independent contractor contract supersede any of the laws that we have or ordinances as far as how much somebody can be served alcohol?
The question, I think, comes in, Alderwoman, in the fact of how much can I limit them from drinking? So, for example, I think I would be well within the right to say that you will not drink in excess, which is an undefined term. I think I'm trying to push it down to a specific number per hour. But I have to clarify whether that will be legally sustainable from something, because I am kind of in the same position as are the owners of these. You know, if they come in as an independent contractor, you still have a duty to perform. You have a duty to do your job, and you're really not doing your job if you're intoxicated.
And with that being said, I'm being a bit facetious on that, because you're doing the legal part of making a contract. I'm talking about, we give you a license here in the city, and you have to abide by that within the confines of that licensure here. So however you're working your contracts outside of that, you have a responsibility here. And that's what I'm trying to determine. Are you doing what you need to do when you're behind the bar? Are you doing what you need to do as the owner of the establishment? And I think that pretty much covers what I have right now.
Alderman Christian, I have a questions in reference of, tonight I heard that the employees are allowed to drink. I heard tonight that the employees are allowed to drink at the Spotlight. Mr. sits next to you, he said that the employees have the rights, they gave them the chance to drink. The employees could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, to me, many establishments, the good operators, during the periods of the bartender be beyond the bar, you're not supposed to drink. So if you start allowing whether it's the dancer or the bartender drinking, well, you're not doing any good for your business, really, you don't. I mean, you kind of cause some little problem not controlling your establishment. That's one of them. So to me, that's one of the questions.
Alderman, if I could address that, as you saw in the video, you know, the establishment doesn't benefit from having incidents occur. Okay, as you saw, the spot with its limited capacity, when you lose 4 customers, because essentially if you watch that video again, you will see that 4 people walked out. Okay, I believe it was 3 men and 1 woman that were not part of any of it. That impacts the business. They are both well aware of that, and that is kind of where you run into this push of the whole difference between an employee and an independent contractor. And that's where we're trying to, that's one of the biggest steps we're taking, is to push that independent contractor position to its limits so that they are unable to do the drinking, even, or having it limited to some level. Obviously, Alderwoman, where your question is yes, as the bar, if the person does get intoxicated, you as the bartender or bar owner, you have that additional duty not to serve somebody who's intoxicated. But it comes to a fine line is, what is intoxicated defined within the aspect of the drunken disorderly. We look at the DUI statute at a .08, which will have the same characteristics as the officer said during his testimony regarding the bloodshot eyes, slurred speech, and that's a .08. But a body-wise, a .08, for Wisconsin is a couple drinks. That .08 is not that high. As far as the quantity of alcohol consumed, it impacts the motor skills at that level. But is that truly intoxication within the meaning of the statutes?
Chairman Vitale, if I may, when we have sworn officers coming in here tonight stating, based on their experience, seasoned officers that are trained, putting in their reports, highly intoxicated, extremely intoxicated, needed assistance to get into an ambulance. Something's missing here as a bartender or an owner of an establishment, that you're not seeing that, but sworn officers are, and then it's a day late, dollar short when you have half the force, if not all the force, at your establishment for people with guns and fights and whatnot. And I'm just going to say one more thing, and this is just more of a statement. I saw 3 people in a video that took however many minutes breaking up this fight, and it just brought me back to you stating when we warrant whether it needs a call. Yes, it got out of hand, but there should have been a call before 3 people were wrestling 6 girls. If you're talking about your capacity limits in there, it doesn't seem that 6 girls, or 6 employees, I should say, are being managed. Whether they're independent contractors, that's just, I could say the same thing. I'm a hairstylist. If I can bring somebody into my establishment and rent my chair, and then I'm not responsible for what they do, no.
No, we're not arguing to that.
Well, that's what I'm stating. This is what's bothering me about this and about the testimony and about the reports that we're seeing is, there's almost an absence of accountability.
Well, to that,
And I'm not talking contracts.
Okay,
So
to that
I'm being a little too long-winded. I'm just going to leave my
Okay.
statement at
No,
that.
that's okay. To that point, I'd like to have Ed maybe address some of those issues for you, so you can
I have
raise
a
it.
question
Make
for
sure
you.
we're done with this witness, and maybe we
Yeah.
should
Right.
move through the witnesses,
Thank
and then
you.
we can have this discussion.
Thank you, and
Let
I'm
me
sorry I
finish,
got off track.
By stating that 3 times tonight we've been addressing the fact, the capacity. What really has got to do a bigger capacity and a smaller capacity? What really has to do with a situation that will arise? What really has got to do with that? To me, it's a realistic, I call statement to make, because of the capacity of establishment. To me, if a small establishment, then you got the security for small capacity. For larger capacity, then you have a more security. So that's, to me, doesn't really stand a leg on that one. So, go ahead.
All right, do we have any more questions for Ms. Bombach?
I just have a few, if I
Okay,
could, please.
Sure, go ahead.
How many hours do you work a week?
About 28,
38?
about 28.
38?
28.
28.
28, yeah.
28, thank you.
I had to think for a minute.
Your voice is so soft.
Sorry.
Sorry. Okay, 28 hours a week. Do you allow dancers behind the bar?
No,
When you're in charge? you
right, I don't want them
allow
back there.
Nobody else, possibly the owners,
Right.
but otherwise you're in charge, basically. Do you always have security present? Or is there a time when security is not present?
Well, there was times when we didn't have security.
Okay. Are the owners present ever in the bar?
Oh, yeah.
Every day?
Yeah, they're there.
Okay. Let's see. Is it normal for dancers to quarrel or fight over hours, you might say, or shifts? Is this a normal procedure for them?
No, it's just some that come through, you don't know who you're getting sometimes, and they just get pushy and think they're gonna barrel over you, and
I see. Okay.
they're rude and disrespectful, and those are the ones we gotta get rid of.
All right. Do you have any dancers that work full-time?
No, I usually have the night shift, and then there's a day shift, and I usually don't like to use the day shift girls. I don't like them doing doubles. I don't think that's a good idea, I prefer to just have my own girls that I put together. I try to get calm, respectful girls working. I can see through trouble pretty good.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
I had a couple questions. So, your Audrey Bombach, so is Ed your husband then?
Brother.
Brother? Okay. And you said since 1996, so is that pretty much as long as your brothers own the place?
Yeah.
And you keep saying my girls, so you hire and manage the...
Yeah, I take the auditions. I usually do them like on a Monday night, and I feel the girls out, and I ask questions, and I can usually tell by their answer if they're going to be a problem or not.
So your role in everything is probably a little bit more than your average bartender?
Oh, yeah.
And how many other bartenders do you guys have on staff?
We have, well, I guess there's 3 of us now. There's only 2 of us.
Including yourself, so 2 others?
Yeah.
Okay. And then dancers, you said kind of come and go, but
some stay.
On your shift, how many dancers are there?
I can have anywhere from 3 or 4 to 5, 6, even 7. It's just if they show up that day or not, or they got problems, or they call in, or.
And then you have the bouncer.
Yeah, I've got a bouncer now.
So yourself, the bouncer, and at least like 4 dancers. So at any time, there's like anywhere from 6, 7 to maybe even 10 people that are working for you guys there?
I don't put that many on, but yeah, with the
Well,
doorman, there could be
including the
6, 7, or 7 or 8. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Any further questions?
Chairman Vitale, I
Yes.
have, I think, one final question here. When you're vetting what you refer to as the girls, and we talked about that contract, and I don't want to get deep into it, are the girls allowed to drink in their dressing room?
They'll take sodas in there. Sometimes they'll take a mixed drink in there, but.
Okay. So they're able to go in the back room where there would be an underage dancer back there with a drink?
Well, I watch that pretty close.
How do you watch it if you're at the bar?
I go back there once in a while and check things.
Okay, so.
But
would
usually the
it-
girls that drink are out, they don't bring them back there usually, they're sitting at the
So
bar.
there's no required place that you have to drink if you're going to have a drink on shift?
Yeah, well, I prefer they do it out in the bar, I tell them
And the legal dancers are also there with the underage dancers in the dressing rooms together?
Yeah,
There is
right now
no
I have-
separate dressing room for them?
that. No, there's just one dressing room.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the committee members? So, council, now we have the next witness.
We'll start, would you want to start or you want to start?
What do you want?
Either way.
Well, what do you want me to say?
Okay.
I've been hearing so much stuff here.
All right, so state
Let
your,
me,
yeah, please raise your right hand so she can swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Rebecca?
Yeah.
Quick question. Since they're both co-owners, can they both be sworn in at the same time? And are we allowed to ask them both questions at the same time? Or do we have to do it individually?
I feel like we kind of have such a tendency to get off the rails that it's kind of easier sometimes to compartmentalize. Doesn't matter to me though.
Well, the reason I'm asking is I'm going to ask both of them the same question. That's why I'm asking, because they're
Maybe it'd be
both
appropriate
owners.
to have council ask questions and then ask questions, and then they can both be open, the floor can be open from there. Would that be?
Yeah, I can swear in the other one.
Well, I'm saying like you'll ask.
I get where you're, yeah,
Okay. And then.
and I'll speed it up.
Sure.
No, I
Want to go
just
one
was,
at a time,
I
or
just
do
was
we want
looking
to
at
do
it
both
as,
of them?
Why don't we swear both in so we just have that done? I'll ask, first I'll kind of, I'll go with Ed to follow up, to kind of explain kind of the second shift and other aspects. Lonnie kind of explain more of the first shift aspects, because I think that's how you've got it pretty much divided. And then we could open it up to questions for.
Do you want to
For
raise your
both,
right
yeah.
hand? Lonnie?
Both you guys, yeah.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Can we let Audrey go? We got
Yeah.
a shift change.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Any other questions for?
I'm gonna be late.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. So, Ed, how long have you and Lonnie owned this spotlight?
Since 1972. We just celebrated our 49th year, September 1st.
Okay, now it always hasn't been located at the current
We
location?
were on 69th in Greenfield, and then we were moved over to 65th in Greenfield.
Okay. And so you've been in business running a similar type operation since essentially 1972?
Yes.
Okay. During that course of time, have you had any other summons and complaints issued at this location?
Not that I can think of, no. Uh-uh.
Okay. Can you recall any at the previous location?
No, just when the city came and had us move, that was the only thing, and that was really like legal.
Okay.
Nothing to do with licensing.
So, just real quick, because we don't want to get into the weeds of it, explain how you hire and work with the staff that's at the bar.
With the bartenders, you mean?
Bartenders and the dancers and the doormen.
Okay. Well, the bartenders, first of all, they have to have a bartender's license, and we train them to operate in our fashion, I guess. The doormen, I always tell them, you want people to feel comfortable. I don't need a bully at the door. I want somebody who can defend himself or run. We'll call the police. You don't have to prove anything to anybody. That's pretty much what I've always told them. And as far as a customer goes, if a customer is causing a problem with the dancer, our first line of defense is the dancer. She should be able to handle it, if she can. When she starts to look over at the doorman like, help, you know, we want you to let the bartender know that you're gonna go and talk to this gentleman. So she's aware, so she can call the police if something breaks out. Go over there and talk to him and tell me, look, sir, you can't be doing that, or we'll have to ask you to leave. And then just leave them alone, and usually they'll comply. A lot of times they stop and think about it, and okay. If it happens again, then we ask the gentleman to leave. And the bartender is aware that this is happening at the same time, because if there would be a confrontation, we want somebody ready at the phone.
Okay, do you have a policy to address the issue of when to call and when not to call the police?
Well, we try and handle things as peacefully as we can. If a fight breaks out, we call the police.
Okay, and is that a standing instruction to basically all the bartenders?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. There are several incidents, and I'm just going to kind of go through them real short. We don't have to go into a lot of details. I think factually they've been kind of, that were there. I'm actually going to stay out of going into details on any one except for what is noted in the amended complaint as number 9, and this is the Narcan incident and the revival. Okay? Now, we didn't bring the bartender in, but can you tell us a little bit about her without naming any name? How long has she worked for you?
I guess about 3 or 4 years, something like that.
Okay. And is she,
Counsel, if you want to explain it, I'm not going to object generally to the explanation.
okay,
And then if you can maybe just confirm with your client the information.
Okay.
Just if that would be easier.
that would be easier.
Sure.
When you first received the amended complaint, you introduced me to this bartender, and I had an opportunity to chat with her about everything.
Yes.
Okay, and did I take her basically outside of your presence?
Yes.
Okay. And I told you when I talked to her that it was in part to see if she would be voluntary to take a drug test.
Yes.
Okay, did I tell you if she would or wouldn't?
Yes.
What did I tell you she said?
She said she would.
Okay, and if I told you today that I talked to her again before this hearing, if she would take a drug test and said yes she would that be consistent with what you know?
Yes.
Do you know her to be using drugs?
No. At one time, apparently she did, because she has this stuff that she has to take. She has to be tested all the time.
Okay, so she might have a history, but she was tested and she's on certain medication that actually causes an adverse reaction should she take any type of illegal drugs.
Right.
That's your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to leave that issue at that point. I think that's general enough, unless there's any specific. You've heard overall, and I'm going to use you as the overall, not the instance specific, the overall issue regarding the police and the frequency. Is that something that's changed?
I feel this year it has.
And why would you say that?
Well, I don't know if it's because of COVID, because of the lack of employees. I've had to allow some people to work maybe that I wouldn't have normally let them work. I find that a lot of times the customers are even a little more, I don't know, you get aggravated sooner or what, but this first 6 months of this year has been the worst 6 months of my whole career in this thing. And it really makes me wonder, but that's just my feelings, all right? I don't know if there's any legitimacy to that or not, but that's just how I feel.
Okay, so I want to look at, again, the bigger picture business issues. You've also looked at doing some addressing some of these incidents that have come up.
Yeah. Well,
So you kind of got them all thrown that there was at this level. I mean, you knew there were these incidents, but when they all came together, did you look at doing any type of metal detecting or any of that?
yes, in fact, well, you had looked into this one that was an arch, the one over the doorway, and I guess it won't work in our place, so we may have to go to a handheld just to check people when they come in. also a card identification thing. We need to get one of those so that when a person comes in, and as far as I'm concerned, I don't care what age you are, take your ID card and swipe it and take your picture at the same time. So we have something on file for a few months, because I want people to know that when they come in, they're not just another face in the crowd, that they actually have a name and we can identify them. Because when you're dealing with the public, they come walking in, you hope everybody's fine and friendly, but you don't really know for sure. So this is one way to do it. And that just reminds me of another thing. We do have cameras all over, and that was put in for security. And one of the things I always tell the doormen when they're checking at the door, if a couple of guys come in and they're whooping it up, you know, they're kind of having a good time. They're not drunk, they're having a good time. And you want to say that in some respects, but on the other hand, I says, we want to take a little bit of the wind out of their sails. So take the ID card, put it up by the camera. You don't have to say nothing to them. Give it back to them, say, fine, enjoy your evening, and let it go. But the thing is, they know we have a picture of them. And it just kind of makes them stop and think before they get carried away or get too wild.
Now, do you cater to bachelor parties?
We don't really have any. It's not that I wouldn't, but generally, we've had a couple, that's about it. I don't really promote it. But if we do, we usually try and, there's usually a leader of the pack, that we call it. And we ask him to keep control on his people. If somebody has to be asked to leave, we don't want our doorman to have to tell him to leave. We want you to take him out and have him leave. So instruct your people that you're in charge of the party. We pick out one person pretty much to do that, so that it alleviates us from that. Because they'll usually listen to a buddy better than they will somebody else. But it's, bachelor parties are, we've even had one this year, so it's not very often.
Okay. Whenever the police have come, have you ever not cooperated with them?
No, I feel we've had a good rapport with the police for these 49 years. We've done well with them as far as I'm concerned. Everybody has their own little opinions, and that can happen, and you don't let one little incident ruin a relationship, you might say, either. Because I had an officer who got all over me one night because, and I believe this was at the old club, I was letting a gentleman out, and it was like 30 seconds after closing time. Because I checked, and I still couldn't believe it. That officer wrote me out and rode me up and down, and I thought, you gotta be kidding me. But I didn't like him at that moment because of what he was doing. I thought he was going too far, but he was within the law.
That incident was what, 26?
Yeah, that's
26 years ago?
Probably longer than that, but it always stuck with me. I was like, jeez.
But you've maintained, even if they come in asking just to see the tapes regarding something you don't even know what happened, you've always given them access?
Yes, they have access to it, yes.
They have access to all the video surveillance if they need it?
Yes.
You've never had the attorney say, no, I need to see it first?
No.
Okay. When you're talking about these independent contractors coming in and just staying, and because we didn't get into the dancers themselves, if they're hired as an independent contractor, how do you try and exercise a level of control over their conduct, and what changes do you think are going to improve based on what you've seen here? Sorry, that's a very open-ended question.
That's a very big question, yeah. Well, we have certain rules that in the club, and we try and keep them in line with that. They have to hopefully show up on time, which a lot of them don't. That's always a problem. But the type of business it is, I can't be all that picky and choosy sometimes. So even if a girl is continually late, if a girl has another job and she's coming in afterwards, I make allowances for that because I don't want to interfere with her other occupation, whatever that may be, you know. But some girls do work as waitresses or they work someplace else. they have a rotation. And we want them to get up and dance and do their job, and they'll walk around and they collect their tips. And that's how they make their money.
Okay. And you've heard some of the issues regarding some of the girls with shift change. What steps have you taken to enforce that shift change is shift change and no working?
Well, every club probably runs things a little differently. I'm sure they do. And I've had girls come to me from all different types of clubs. And depending where they come from, sometimes I have to take those girls aside and let them know, hey, look, this is not a totally nude club. You can't do that here, you know, this type of thing. That's just one of the issues. And as far as shifts go, some girls can work what I call a double shift. Most can't, because either they get tired and on the second shift they start missing their sets and screwing up the rotation as far as the dancing schedule. So I always try then just keep them on one shift and then do the second shift. Just keep your shifts separate. You're fresh, you're more energetic, but if you've been there for, 10 hours, you're gonna start drooping. And I prefer they just keep 2 separate shifts.
Okay, thank you. Do you want me to go through Ed real quick? I'm sorry, Lonnie real quick, and then you do the cross?
That'd be my preference, but I'll defer to the committee.
No problem.
Okay. Lonnie, you heard kind of Ed's testimony and everything that's gone on tonight. What differences are there on first shift versus second? I mean, you mainly run second shift?
What's the difference? I don't know. Well, society is as told, I hate to kick the can down the road, but it's changed 100%. West Allis doesn't even put the crimes in the paper anymore, you know that. I mean, I read the paper every day. My wife bought a new Kia, or I bought her a new Kia. In 1 month, she had the windows smashed out. In 1 month, twice. I mean...
Chairman Vitale, if we could stay on point.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a different society.
Okay, so...
And I'm not diminishing our problem, and we've had more problems in the last year than we had in 49 years. I mean, and there were 14 strip joints down there. I don't know if you know that. There were 14 of them. We never had a problem. Hardly ever. So, I mean, I'm not throwing the can down the road, like I say, but it just changed. Society as a whole has changed.
And
it was in the paper the other day, there were 3,500 cars stolen in Milwaukee. That's almost impossible.
So let me get you back on to point here.
But I mean...
regarding this, with this change, you and Ed...
First of all, I don't bartend. My ears are so bad, I can't even hear the people when they order a drink. So I don't bartend anymore. I'm the maintenance guy, and I do the stuff that needs to be done around there. I can't hear somebody order a drink. I mean,
and how old are you?
It's embarrassing, but what are you going to do?
How old are you now?
Huh?
How old are you?
77.
Okay.
And these things are $5,000. That's my 3rd set already. So I mean.
So let me just take that a little bit further. You and Ed are both,
like I say, it's
in an older age group, and you have had the place listed for sale because you both would like to get out of the business. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. During that, though, you've had some people approach you that you did not feel were appropriate for the bar business, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and why would you say they weren't appropriate?
Their ideas of how to run a bar and what they really plan to do with it, I don't want to turn it into that. It's just, I just don't feel they have the right attitude. Maybe that's the best way to say it.
Okay. So both of you, though, are ready to kind of retire from the business on one degree.
Absolutely.
And move on. In part, because of what you've said and what we've seen, is that there are some issues with the people that are applying. You've had the same issues on first about the quality of people applying for the positions.
Well, those days are gone too.
So
I worked at A.O. Smith. I hardly was connected with the bar other than doing maintenance and rehabbing. I worked at A.L. Smith for 30 years at tool and die maker, so that, I never intended to be here 77 years old running a bar yet.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Any question from the committee members? Or-
No, Nick.
Actually,
I have some,
Go ahead.
very briefly. Okay, and I'll try to be brief about where I'm going with this, but I don't need the logistics of it all, but do the dancers have written contracts, or how do you bring them on?
Most of them haven't, not all of them. In fact, we're working on that now because it has to be revised, because apparently the contracts I had aren't up to par.
Okay.
The laws have changed a little bit, and I've had these for several years. But usually what we do is we have them sign this, and it's a working agreement, so they get a 1099 at the end of the year.
Okay. So they get their tax information or whatever it may be. But some of them don't have this, and is that the people that are auditioning or on the trial basis?
Right.
Okay. And is there anything in those documents, or I guess the contract as you had it, that you would consider to be able to be enforced, like, hey, and correct me if I'm wrong, Counselor, but like, if I'm having my ceiling fixed and putting some drywall up, I'm having a contractor come in to do it, and if that guy shows up drunk at my place, I'm gonna say, bud, you're not doing work here today. And so is there anything that you use or can do to enforce something along those lines, or things are getting out of control?
I've had girls, in fact, one comes to mind as you mentioned this, beautiful girl, I love her, but I said, you can't work for me anymore. She just had too many problems, and I believe she was on drugs, and she would leave in the middle of her shift, or she'd come in late, one thing or another. And finally, I just had to get rid of her, because I said, you're messing up the business. I mean, you just can't have somebody like that on your staff for any length of time. I worked with her, I tried to get her to come around, but it just didn't work, so.
And you have these auditions, I guess, what kind of work do you do, or does Audrey do to kind of vet these gals before?
Okay, well, first of all, we have the auditions, we have them live on stage. It's no private auditions or anything like that. So if they can, first of all, they gotta get up there and be able to dance, you know, get up on the stage. I've had a girl already, I remember years ago, I hired this girl, I thought, okay, fine. But it came to get up on the stage, she couldn't do it. She just couldn't do it with her. For what reasons, I don't know. She was embarrassed or just scared or whatever. So she just never got up there. So we make it a point, they have to come in and audition. We put them in front of the crowd, usually it's on a Monday, and put them up in front of some people, so let's see if they can perform.
Is there like a meeting or an interview or anything first?
No, we have them check their IDs and stuff like that, and then we have them get up and dance.
Okay, so
we
it's like
figure there's no sense
pretty much
going
that
through all
quick.
the paperwork.
Okay.
You can't do anything.
So somebody could show up on you said it's mostly Mondays, so let's just put it on a Monday. Somebody could show up on a Monday night and say, I'm interested in trying out.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions.
Thank you, Nick. Any question from the committee members?
Chairman Vitale.
Yes.
Shocker. Sorry, guys. I'm going to bring it back to what was in the reports. This one employee, am I correct in saying, is it Samal?
Samal Nai.
Okay.
She's Cambodian.
Okay. And is she an employee?
Yes.
Okay. And how long has she been with you?
About 3 or 4 years, I think.
3 or 4 years. Okay. This is the same person that was in the fight
Yes.
with the high heel?
Yes.
Okay, and the same person who had the drug overdose?
Yes.
Okay. Going to your policies, it was mentioned by your counsel that she said she would take the test.
Yes.
Did she take a drug test for you?
We planning to do that this week, I believe, isn't it?
Yeah, one of the timing, with how quick this came up my schedule, I did not follow through and try to get her to the right place, but I can have her go and take one. She said she would still be willing. And I learned a little bit more about her background, which I'm not going to go into here in public. So I'm very comfortable that we'll be able to go in and we can have that done if the committee would so like.
Okay, so
We did-
no,
And
Go
just
ahead.
for briefly, we did meet before this meeting, and I had said for my purposes as the prosecutor, that's not something I would be overly interested in. I
Right.
can certainly understand the intent and the goal behind that, but I would not be pushing that issue.
right, and the reason I asked, and I had agreed with Attorney Serwin on that, I just wanted to know, as the owner of the establishment, what follow-through you do. That was really the purpose
Oh, I
of
see.
my line of question on that. So, Small is one employee who's been with you those number of years. How many employed dancers do you have?
Oh, I'd say there's probably a total of around 15 to 20.
15 to 20?
Total, you know.
And those are
Could you make the distinction if, are you
non,
looking for-
and I'm talking about paid employees that have been with you, not independent contractors.
Oh, no, it's not that many then.
Okay, so how many employees do you have versus auditions?
I have 3, 4, probably about 4 employees.
Okay, 4 employees.
that are dancers?
No, not dancers. They're bartenders and barmaids.
Okay, so most of your dancers, if I'm correct, is probably just auditions, independent contractors?
Right.
Okay. And on a regular shift, how many bartenders are there?
Usually 1.
Okay. And Audrey is your primary bartender for second shift?
For second shift.
And you have only 1 for first shift as well?
No, there's Desi and Samuel
Okay. All right, so when,
and myself.
Okay.
I fill in wherever I have to.
all right, and I was more concerned with, the criteria of what what your policies are. And I think what I really got lost on is, you mentioned on-time rotation, more the business part of it. I guess for a licensing body and as a vice chair here, I'm really concerned about the instances that have taken place. And I'm sure you are too. One of the things that was mentioned was, COVID, a lot of the things that are going on this year. I totally can appreciate that, but when things like that change as a business owner, as does your policy should change too. And it looks like your vetting has really gone to looser standards, which may be part of the problem. But you answered my questions. I was more concerned with the employee that you had and have, and if you did a follow-through with that, with the drug testing, or if she's still under your employ, considering these are pretty serious charges.
We've been working with her. She, when she first started for us, she could hardly speak English.
Mhm.
And she's done well with that, and she's done quite well on her own. She's had some rough times, and she's come through them, and we're sticking with her, I guess, trying to help her along in that respect.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, hold on.
So I want to get back to the one that bothered me the most, and this was the fight that I didn't see any activity go on until 9:14, according to the police records. Started at 10 minutes after 9, and I watched, I don't know how many people trying to break that up. I'm assuming both of you were involved in trying to break that fight up?
Yeah, I was probably the first person to get involved, just because when this girl grabbed the beer bottle and I seen her running after somebody, I went the other way and blocked her and got the bottle away from her. And after that, I was busy. I had no time to do anything.
So my question is,
So I didn't call the police, I don't believe.
Andrea, is that her name?
Audrey.
Audrey. Audrey, I saw her get involved in it too.
Yeah.
Why wasn't she, since she was one of the last ones to get involved, why wasn't she on the phone with the police while you guys were both trying to break this thing up with a couple other people?
maybe because she's my sister and she saw her brother and she was just gonna go help. I can't really answer that.
Because that's kind of concerning, because it went on for a long time, and then the police finally did get called, and then they came when basically it was already finished. And
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
And I mean, I'm going to use my father as an example. My father is an Army veteran, 76 years old, and he thinks he's invincible. My dad could not
Hey,
fare any better than you guys did. So, and was there a doorman on duty when that happened?
You know, I don't really remember if there was or not.
Because the only other person I remember seeing was that gentleman with the white shirt.
White shirt.
And I think that
Getting involved in there.
boyfriend to a bartender we were training at that time. That's why he got involved.
Okay. You know, something like that, somebody should have been, I don't know, you guys need a policy or something that says, hey, something like this going down, I don't care who it is, one person who's in charge should be calling the police
Yeah.
before they get involved. Because we could have had police possibly there before it even finished.
That would have been nice. From my perspective, you know.
Another question I have for you.
Yeah.
Oh, did you have something?
Sorry, no.
You guys said with COVID and you're having problems with people working and you know, finding good people. If you're having problems with that, why not consolidate and cut down on hours for a while until you can get employees to come back, like a number of businesses around here have done? They've closed certain days, they've cut down their hours, they've gone, you know, smaller shifts. Why haven't you guys thought of doing that?
We've thought about it, but the problem, part of it is too, a lot of the girls have other jobs and they can only work certain shifts. And it's like, if I close anything, I'm hurting somebody along the line someplace. So it's just the nature of the business, I guess. And I guess I don't want to close down hours. I want to keep it going because we do have it up for sale. And I want it to be operating, so it's a turnkey operation for whoever takes it over.
That leads me to my next question.
Oh, all right.
You said you have it up for sale.
Yes.
And you've been picky about people who you want to sell it to.
Yeah.
Are you trying to sell it only as a strip club, or are you open to somebody taking that away and just opening up as a bar?
If they give me my price, I don't care what they do with it.
Okay, that's why I wanted to see if you were just looking and vetting
I guess
people
that's
at
the
keeping it
simplest
as
way I
a.
can put it, you know.
I just want to see if you were just keeping it and vetting, you know, people that only want to keep it as a strip club.
No,
So that's why I was asking.
I've had some people come that wanted it as a strip club, and I really question their values, you know, and I think, I just don't think they're gonna last.
Could I follow up with that question?
Yeah.
Were you approached by the building next to you, with the kitchen idea?
Just recently, I guess, we called Lonnie and talked to him about it. Because at one point, we wanted to buy the kitchen area. It used to be the old wind-up
Crawdaddy's.
cafe.
Crowd Daddy.
Right, it's between Crawdaddy's
Yeah.
and us, you might say. And we wanted to buy that kitchen so that we could get that up and running and have a restaurant right there. And also put a pass-through window, because we share a common wall with that property. And we thought, because remember when Gene Tatro used to own it, he had a restaurant there and he served pizza. And at night, he would just take everybody from the bar, close the bar and run them into the pizza place and sell them pizza. And I thought, you know, that was a good idea. And the idea of having food with the bar, of course, is a good idea anyway.
Chairman Vitale?
May I? Oh,
Yeah.
You go right
All
ahead.
of us,
Could I, please?
right.
Yes,
Thank
please
you.
do.
Are you finished, Tracy?
No, I have one more question.
Okay.
You guys said that the bartenders, dancers are allowed to drink, okay?
Yes.
And I know of a number of bar owners here in West Dallas who do not allow their employees to drink while they are on duty. Have you guys ever thought about doing that?
I've gotten rid of people who drank too much because they didn't know when to quit. but to just tell the bartenders they can't drink, well, with Audrey, it probably wouldn't matter. She has probably 1 or 2 beers all night long. That's about it, bottle of light. She has that. Usually she drinks water. The other bartenders, well, Tia, I don't know if she quit. She's supposed to have quit drinking, so I really haven't seen it lately with her. And
I'm more thinking about 'cause some of the situations have been with dancers, saying, hey, when you're dancing, you can't drink. When your shift's over, you know, you don't let them stay after their shift's over, correct?
well, when their shift is over, we like them, you know, if they're having a drink, finish it up with your friend or whatever, and then leave. Because a lot of girls, while they're sitting there, they still try and collect tips from people, and that interferes with the night shift. So unless you're working, I just assume you're not happy in the bar.
Gotcha.
Alderman, I think one area we could look at, though, based on that, would be that during an audition night, or when they come into first audition, that they're not allowed to drink. Because it seems, you know, we've got at least 3 of these related to audition, so I think that would be a enforceable limit, that while you're auditioning, you're not technically an employee, and we're saying you can't drink. I don't think that would be a problem to go to that level.
And then I have one more question. How often is the doorman working or a security guard working?
Right now, we're shorthanded, but normally we have one every day. That's what we always sought after.
For both shifts?
No, just for the second shift.
Oh, okay.
They come on at 8 o'clock at night.
Okay.
During the day, you're getting mostly guys that are getting off from work, and they stop and they have a few drinks, and when they go home, they're pretty much done.
Okay.
If there's any problems, it's usually at night. And that's when I want the doorman, if there's somebody comes to the bar and they're wobbling as they're trying to get through the door to come in, I can tell them, no, you've had enough, you can't come in. We want the doorman to stop them right there. We don't want them to come into the club. So that's one of the things on that.
Thank you. That's all I have then. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. From what you've indicated, I'm concerned because it doesn't sound like you have a policy in place for employees or contractors when you hire them. Basically, when you hire them for employment, and that concerns me, or you don't have a policy for their dismissal if they don't follow the rules. I think an astute business always has somewhat a policy regarding this to protect yourself as well as to protect the employees. Have you ever considered anything like this?
Well, we're working on
This would be a document that they'd have to sign.
Would this be for the 1099?
No, they have an independent contractor agreement currently. It is, I don't want to badmouth former representation of them, so we'll leave it at that. It is something that, unfortunately, you know, I'm not an expert in the field, but from an employment area, I can look at something and go, we need this, we need this, we need this, and then I have to verify that with an employment attorney who actually does these, so that I'm making sure that essentially they're going to have quite a few limitations, and any girl that is going to remain an independent contractor there is going to have to follow these rules. Part of that will be including not just the dancer rules, but the additional rules that are in 125 and within the city's code. That way there is no dispute about, look, this is what's expected, this is what's allowed by ordinance, and where you were going with this, this supersedes a contract. So you are working in the bar business, you have to follow these rules. If you don't, we're gonna get rid of you. That is one thing these gentlemen have done, is if the person becomes a problem, they have no problem letting them go. There have been others, the one bartender, and I don't want to keep saying her name, for other reasons, she has stuff that we are confident of her not using because of other factors that I do not want to go into in an open forum. So those are the types of things that we can implement and are working on implementing. Again, they hired me kind of looking at this from an overall view. I cannot recall how long you've been on the committee, but I think it's been a pretty long time if I remember. Because I used to do this back in the late 90s, representing a lot of bars in the city. And one of the things that we do want to look at is making sure that you're not getting phone calls, the police aren't coming down unnecessary, that the gentlemen who have been running this bar for an extremely long time, whether it's this location or the other location, are in full compliance with all the various rules that go. And as you pointed out, very effectively, gentlemen, you're not 40 years old. And even as a 50-year-old vet, I know that feeling because it is one of those that, you know, you do not have necessarily the presence that is needed. I don't know how familiar you are with the bars, I mean, to that, but in a situation of de-escalation, and I think the city attorneys may know this better than the officers and that, you want a physical presence that's enough to back it up if it goes. And without that physical presence, I think where Audrey was saying that they feel they can walk on this, owners, they can walk on this, I think that's where some of that attitude is coming from. Because you don't have a physical presence that can stand there like when they were younger gentlemen. That will be like, hey, you don't want to get stupid, okay? And that is something that does play a role. So as you go in, and I guess my summation on this, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. I do have some housekeeping
sorry.
questions briefly before we get into that, and I don't know if any of the
Well, I you know, Counselor, to me it's in some way very relevant. You addressed the fact of, you know, the age of the bar holders, you know, I mean, the owners. To me, it's kind of realistic, really, because the fact it is that if you already have actually a daughter which being kind of run the bar per se, I mean, I'm not sure who's really in control at this time, really, I'm not. Because the fact it is that it's been occurrences, not just because of the age. This has been occurring before the age, in the age of 50 or 60, that the spotlight has been having a trend of records that's been occurring occasionally. And to me, it's not just a few events that occur and fights. I mean, it's been something that's been in the making for quite some time, you know. So to me, it's really, I appreciate it because I'm 73 myself, you know. So I'm not going to make a statement or an issue because of the age. Really, the age, I don't think it has, you know, an impact completely. You know, if a person has, you know, it could be anybody, has dementia for any reason, well, then fine, the person is out of it completely. But the fact is that if I'm selling a building, an establishment, an operation existing building, you know, I don't know who the person, say, buys my house or any business, whoever comes around, I don't know the person who is, the realtor bring that person, so how he's gonna be, I have no idea if he's gonna be a good neighbor from next door, the same thing with a business place. I'm not gonna raise a question and say, well, I'm gonna not selling to this business guy that is interested to acquire my building, and then at the same time, the person, it could be a good person, a good businessman, but the fact is, he's not sure if he's getting his license, the guy that is buying it. You know, that's a question here. So it might be two influential individual or business people, they like to acquire the property, but the fact is, they don't know what kind of business is gonna be there.
Chairman Vitale,
Yes.
if I may, and I'm sorry for interrupting
Yeah.
you, but kind of to coincide with what you were saying,
Yes.
and to surmise it, is, you have a responsibility, regardless how many years you're in business, whether it's 1 or it's 50. And I congratulate you on going as far as you have, but we have expectations, we have laws that we have to secure, at least secure public safety. These issues are very serious, and we need to consider that. If times have changed, anything's changed, it's your responsibility as an owner, regardless how old you are, to make those changes to prevent what's happening at this establishment. And that's all I have to say. You said you had some housekeeping?
Just very
Yeah,
minor
go ahead.
housekeeping matters, if I could. Okay, Mr. Bombeck, do you have the complaint in front of you, the amended complaint?
Yep.
Okay, so number 3, you are, you and Lonnie own the business The Spot, issued Class B license and a public entertainment permit, correct?
Yes.
The premises located at 6424 to 6426 West Greenfield?
Yes.
All right, is that information on number 3 correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, and then number 4, you're the agent for that license?
Yes.
And number 5, you've held liquor licenses and public or entertainment licenses previously in years past, correct?
Yes.
Last year included.
Many years.
All right. I just want to make sure that I know there was denial across the board of the complaint, but I took that to mean the factual issues as opposed to the licensing boilerplate issues. Is that?
That is
fair?
correct.
All right, very good. I have no further questions then.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Alderman Rowe.
when did you officially put your business up for sale? And is it currently listed now?
I don't have it listed. We had it listed for a while, and we had one offer on it.
When was that?
It's about 2 years ago.
Okay. Thank you.
And then we took it off the market, and we just put signs up on the building, and then just for sale by owner.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on committee members? At this time, we'd like to go on closed sessions.
Closing arguments.
Yeah, closed argument.
I can be very brief. I mean, how it would typically work in court is I would go first, counsel would go second, and I would have rebuttal. I'm fine if you want to say your
wanna go
piece, and I'll
first?
just
Sure.
do it. Okay.
Sure. Alderman, we understand the issues are very serious. No one's downplaying any of that. We understand that the business has to get updated. It has to be back to a level of proactive on several issues. There may have to be management style changes beyond what is normal, such as all different types of options, which we are in current discussion regarding. I think in the short time that the remedial efforts of, one, getting a solid, legally sound contract with these independent contractors will be a major reduction in issues. I think the next issue, unfortunately, I've been looking for the old school, because I will date myself too, is where you had the camera and the ID and the person would walk, you'd put it in, the ID, the camera would show the person showing the ID, and also then cut to the video would then record the ID that they showed. A lot of the newer technology out there, unfortunately, that I have come across and looked at, is focused on building databases. I believe those issues start to impact privacy rights, because they're more interested in tracking to the cloud, and then you don't know where that information goes. I believe in personal privacy to a very high degree. That is one of the things, though, there will be something that records every single person's ID that comes in. That is a major deterrent, as Mr. Bombeck had stated, as Lonnie would agree, and as my experience has shown, to people being stupid. When you've got their actual ID recorded, so that way if the police do have an issue, they know exactly this is the guy, and the reason I like the video better than the current ones is this is the guy, but everybody won't give you the same description. Whereas if I look at a video of the person, not just an ID, I can look and say the person was wearing the white shirt with the shorts, and this was the person involved. I don't remember much beyond that, but now I can look and I've got the ID of the picture of the person at the same time showing their ID. So there's not a dispute from a legal aspect of going into court. Consistently, Ed and Lonnie and Audrey have been cooperative every time the police have been there. They have worked to build a relationship with the police over the years by providing anytime the security equipment. The cameras are very inclusive and do cover a lot of the area, far more than you saw. This isn't 1 or 2 camera system. How many cameras are there?
There's a total of 16.
There are 16 cameras on premise that can pretty much...
Outside and inside.
And that. You know, they own the parking lot that's behind, so they understand that there's a responsibility there. So, but that's also changed more recent, not as recent, but relatively recently, where it used to be you had 0 authority. Now the courts have, I think, expanded the definition of premise. So that is something we're also going into. A lot of these issues have changed since I was actively doing this, and since they've actively needed an attorney to look at this, to kind of help them get back to where it needs to be. And that's what they're doing as a proactive measure, not to downplay what's going on. I heard a lot of interesting suggestions that came out tonight, even indirectly by the tone, the style of questions. I think a lot of those are very good to implement, and I think they could. There are things that I hadn't looked at, and I can tell you from my conversations with both these gentlemen, they hadn't looked at. I think they will be very effective in a different way, and that is one of the advantages of this. We are not unwilling to change whatever we need to change to make it so there's not a problem. You know, we aren't sitting here saying, we know best. We are more than willing to continue to work with the committees. We are more than willing to continue to do what's needed. And hopefully, we will find somebody to buy the dang property. But that's another whole story. We do want to continue working with the city. We've had a great relationship overall. Nothing's perfect, but overall, it's been good for 40-some years, almost 50. And I think we can get the spot back to where it is less of a frequency of call, unless they're the bar calling saying these are the problems that the committee would like us to call the police on, because they do become a thing. So that's, when Audrey's hesitating, there's always that of when is it appropriate to call the bar or the police when it's not. If we're told on one hand that yes, you need to call the police for an incident, but then it's held against. Now, those are more minor. These are not minor, and I'm not saying they're minor, okay? Please understand that. We will find that balance to make sure that not only is the public protected, the new buildings that have gone up in the area aren't disturbed, the residential change in that whole area, that this remains as long as they're running, a effective business that is not a hindrance or blight to anybody, nor has problems that become an issue. It is open to any types of changes should the right person come along. But until then, we will do whatever is needed to be a good neighbor and a good citizen of West Allis. And they will take those steps, and if there's any other steps, we will be willing to more than hear and probably adjust and take. With that, I will turn it over to my colleague.
Thank you, Council.
All right, I'll be pretty brief about it. When I've been on this committee or one of the advisors for the committee for a few years, and calls come to me various different ways from police or from the alderpersons, or we get calls or names just start sticking out. And I don't know if the spot was really one that had come up all that often until January started rolling around. in January and February and March and April and May and June, and then at that point, I'm starting to get emails from the officers saying, okay, we're having problems, we got to figure something out. And I think Officer K had testified that it seems like it's once a month, and I think that's kind of shakes out how the complaint does. We have January, March, May, June, July, August. And it has been getting more, I guess, uniform or consistent, and that's concerning. And I think when I look at the totality of the the complaint here, what I think it shows is kind of like an equation or a math problem. We have two inputs that equal an output. We have employees or contractors that are engaged in some of these issues or are creating problems internally. And then we have some issues that result in some over-service or people being served too much. Whether it's going to be at the bar or before they walk in and then they get a drink and they start acting nuts or whatever it may be. And when you put those two together, then we have this kind of spiraling as we're seeing at the spot of a lack of control and worsening control there. And I think that's really what my concern is with the bar is the control. And at some point, it seems to have been under control. And maybe the game is changing, or maybe the people are changing, or maybe one of those two, I suppose, could be the truth. But what it really boils down to is that the bar is responsible for the output there. And there could be any number of things that create that equation or make that equation what it is, but the bar is responsible for that control getting out of whack. We're having employees on January 12th getting into fights. May 24th, there's the potential employee theft and the Narcan. I won't even go too far into that. June 7th, the fight with the bouncer. July 22nd, a fight with employees that's on the video. August, dancer goes out to the guy's car and gets shot. These seem to be just escalating to the extent that it's concerning, obviously, otherwise we wouldn't be here. The overservice is on March 14th, March 17th, the 22nd, and the 28th. Even January 12th, we have some marijuana that's found on a dancer. I'm not saying these guys are checking them when they're coming in, but goodness, they gotta, I mean, there's something that we can't be going to a bar with weed and then working there. So I guess that's how I see this, is there's certain inputs and outputs in a scenario, and regardless of what those inputs are, the owners are responsible for the output of what happens. Whether they change that, whether the committee allows them an opportunity to change that, I guess I'm not making a recommendation one way or the other. You've heard the allegations, you've heard the officers, you've seen the video. Ultimately, I think you're all supremely confident to make the decision in terms of however you think the best remedy for the community would be here. But it's quite obvious, and I think it's obvious as they've identified, something's got to change, something's got to give. There's no doubt about it before we get more incidents like this. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Serlin. So now at this time, I move to go to closed sessions. So I believe Rebecca, she will read out the closed sessions at this time.
Having heard all the evidence in this case, the committee will go into closed session pursuant to section 19.85 sub 1 sub A of the statutes to deliberate. Upon completion of deliberation, the committee will reconvene in open session and at that time announce its findings and determinations.
So now at this time.
We're out.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Do you need a second? I'll second it.
Need a motion?
Yes,
to-
sorry.
I'll make a motion to go into closed session.
Second.
All in favor of the motion to go in closed sessions?
Aye.
Aye.
I oppose, the aye have it.
Is Mr.
To move across the street.
Baumgar?
CDA. She was very proud of buying her.
Yeah. And
When they were on the south side of
Mr.
Greenfield.
Ball.
On 69th and Greenfield?
Somewhere down there, I don't know.
sounds like
Yeah.
a Clue character.
Right? Mr. Baumbach Club, Mr. Bald in the
Yeah, Mr.
In the
dressing
club
room
with the high heel.
with the high heel and that.
Oh, man.
Is that
They left.
to the left?
They're in the mayor's office watching TV.
So at this time, the license.
Wait, we're all here.
Oh, one
Yeah.
more? Hello, here. We're on the air now.
Now Nick is.
Nick.
Nick said bye.
It's good to say
I'm off the
bye.
clock.
Nick's out of here.
So I need a motion to go on open
I
session.
make a motion to go in open session.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. This time we have our alderperson Christian to address the fact that we come with the conclusion of the hearing tonight. So go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Vitale. Mr. Baumbach and Mr. Ball, we as a licensing and health committee, based on the allegations and evidence that has been presented tonight, have decided that we are going to revoke both your establishment and liquor licenses based on the fact that we've heard a lot of evidence permitting disorderly, indecent, riotous, improper behaviors at your business. This is a violation not only of our local code, but as well as against our state statute. And that is our decision, and that is to revoke the establishment and liquor license of the premise of 6424 West Greenfield Avenue in the spot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christian. So at this time, we can adjourn the,
So the process going forward is that I will draft the findings, conclusions, and recommendations that will have to go to council on the next date to be adopted or rejected. I will draft that and send you a copy as well, make sure that's okay with you.
Please
before
note
I
there
send
will
it.
be a change of council.
What was that?
There will be a change of council.
By that date?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll still send it to you just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, very good. That's all.
Thank you all.
Motion to adjourn.
To adjourn.
Second.
second, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Opposed? The ayes have it.